There is an island in the western Pacific, roughly halfway between Hawaii and the Philippines, called Pohnpei. It is roughly 334 square kilometers of volcanic rock draped in one of the densest, wettest rainforests on the planet. It receives something like 7,600 millimeters of rain per year, which means it is almost always raining. The interior mountains vanish into cloud most mornings. The coastline is ringed by a barrier reef, and between the reef and the shore there is a shallow, sheltered lagoon the color of blue-green glass. If you fly over Pohnpei and look down at the southeastern corner of that lagoon, you will see something that does not belong. A cluster of rectangular stone platforms rising out of the water. 92 of them, by modern count, arranged in a rough grid, separated by narrow channels, connected by causeways. Each platform is built from long, hexagonal columns of basalt, dark, heavy, fitted together in a log cabin style, columns stacked perpendicular to column, rising in places to walls nearly 10 meters high. The basalt is not local to this part of the island. It was quarried on the far side of Pohnpei, or on the outer islets, and transported by raft across open reef water to be stacked here. The whole complex covers roughly 18 square kilometers of a lagoon. This is Nan Madol, and Liwa was one of the people who built it. She did not think of it in those grand terms. Nobody does when they are inside the thing. What she thought about, on the morning I want to begin with, was rope. Specifically, whether the Senate lashing on the port side crossbeam of Raft 7 had been retied properly after the last load, because the last load had been a single column of prismatic basalt weighing something close to 40 tons, and the lashing had strained visibly on the final approach to the construction channel, and if it failed mid-crossing with a full load, the column would go to the bottom and the raft might flip, and the men on it would be in open water with a strong tidal current, and that would be a problem on multiple levels, not least of which was that losing a column to the lagoon floor was the kind of thing that required a ritual explanation to the Saudalar lord who had commissioned the construction, and those ritual explanations were never comfortable. She walked the length of the raft while it was still beached, pressing the lashing between her fingers at each joint, tugging where she thought it looked loose, watching the Senate fibers for any sign of fraying or salt rotting. The men on the crew watched her do this without comment. They had learned not to comment. Liwa's inspections were not performances. They were the reason the raft had made 47 crossings without losing a stone. Now, before I go further into Lihua's day, I need to set down something that tends to get lost when people talk about Nan Madol, which is the sheer physical audacity of what was done here. Historians and archaeologists studying the site have noted that the total volume of basalt used in the construction of Nan Madol's islets and walls exceeds 750,000 metric tons by most estimates. For comparison, the Great Pyramid of Giza contains roughly 5.9 million metric tons of stone, but the pyramid was built on land with a continental workforce in an agricultural surplus system organized over decades. Nan Madol was built on open water on a tropical island with limited flat ground in a society whose total population may never have exceeded 25,000 to 30,000 people. The logistics required to move that much stone by raft across a living coral reef system using only human muscle, plant fiber rope, and wooden rollers puts Nan Madol in the same conversation as any engineering achievement in the ancient world. German archaeologist Johann Kuberi first described the site in systematic detail in the 1870s. Later 20th century surveys, particularly work carried out by the University of Oregon and by the Federated States of Micronesia's Historic Preservation Office, confirmed that construction began as early as the 8th or 9th century CE and continued through at least the late 14th century. The most intensive phase of building corresponds with the consolidation of Saudalar rule, which archaeologists estimate at roughly 1000 to 1400 CE.
UNESCO designated Nan Madol a World Heritage Site in 2016, citing it as the only ancient city ever built on a coral reef, but also immediately listing it as a site in danger because the stone platforms are sinking as the underlying coral substrate erodes, sea levels rise, and mangrove roots split the basalt walls from within. Liwa did not know any of this, of course. She knew the reef. She knew the tides. She knew that the wet season made the basalt columns slick and the raft timbers swell, and the whole operation more dangerous.
And she knew that the Saudeleur Lord, the current one, was the fourth or fifth in the dynasty by her count, she had stopped caring about the exact succession, had commissioned a new mortuary islet in the northern section of the complex, and that the stone for its outer retaining walls needed to be on site before the next ceremonial cycle began, which was 51 days away, and that this meant 6 to 8 crossings per week with no allowance for weather delays. She walked to the end of the raft and looked out at the crossing. The lagoon was calm, light wind from the east, no swell to speak of. The channel between the quarry landing and the first Nan Madol causeway was roughly 2 kilometers, and the current ran north to south in the morning, which was useful. The men were gathering at the beach, 12 of them for this crossing, plus 2 boys who were learning the work. They were eating breadfruit. They were not talking much. They had done this enough times that the routine had replaced conversation. Liwa had been doing this work since she was 17. She was 34 now. She had started as a rope handler, moved to raft assembly, and arrived at coordination by a process of demonstrated competence that nobody had formally acknowledged but everyone had simply accepted, the way people accept the shape of a reef they have been navigating for years. The Saudeleur administration that commissioned the work cared about the stone arriving. They did not particularly care how it arrived or who organized the how. That was the space Liwa had moved into and filled.
The thing about the Saudeleur, the thing that becomes clear when you spend time near the top of their system, was that they governed through a combination of genuine religious authority and calibrated terror. And the calibration was beginning to slip. The Saudeleur lords were, in their own cosmology, descended from the gods who had originally built the first stone platform in the lagoon. Their right to rule Pohnpei was not a political claim, it was a cosmological fact, as established and inarguable as the position of the reef. They enforced this cosmological fact through a set of protocols. The proscription on anyone except Saudeleur nobles eating certain fish, the requirement that commoners approach Nan Madol only by canoe and only through designated entry channels, the ritual calendar that regulated planting and fishing and construction and virtually every other organized activity on the island that kept the entire population of Pohnpei in a state of constant awareness of their smallness relative to the center. For a long time, this had worked. The center had been, in practical terms, worth the deference. The Saudeleur controlled the redistribution of resources through Nan Madol's network of specialized islets, the mortuary compounds, the administrative platforms, the ritual kitchens, the coconut oil production sites. A chieftain who wanted access to certain materials, or whose community needed assistance after a typhoon, or who wanted his daughter to marry into a lineage with better connections, came to Nan Madol and worked through the Saudeleur's ritual intermediaries and went home with what he needed, at a cost calculated in tribute and acknowledgement. The system functioned because the Saudeleur's cosmological authority was underwritten by genuine material capacity. But the building had not stopped. It kept going, decade after decade, generation after generation, because each Saudeleur lord needed to establish his own ritual monuments, his own mortuary islets, his own proof of divine favor expressed in tons of basalt. And the labor required to sustain that level of construction while also maintaining the existing structures, managing the tribute network, performing the ritual calendar, was grinding the island's commoner population in ways that had begun to produce something the Saudeleur cosmology had no real framework for:
resentment that was older than any individual grievance and had become structural. Li Hua felt this as friction, not as politics. She felt it in the way the quarry workers' crews arrived late some mornings without explanation. She felt it in the way certain tributary chieftains sent fewer men than their obligation required and then sent a ritual apology that was technically adequate but tonally insolent. She felt it in the way the young men on her own raft crews looked at the Saudelur's stone and then looked at each other in a way that had changed over the past 2 or 3 years. Something gone quiet in them that used to be ordinary tiredness and had become something more deliberate. The raft was loaded. 12 basalt columns this crossing, lashed into 3 tight bundles of 4, balanced fore and aft so the raft trimmed flat. The men took the paddling positions. Li Hua stood at the stern, reading the water. The morning current was right. She gave the shove-off signal with a flat downward motion of her left hand, and they were moving. The crossing to Nan Madol took about 40 minutes in calm water with a favorable current. Li Hua used the time in a way she could not entirely explain, not watching the water, not watching the crew, but watching the walls coming toward her. The basalt was black in morning shadow and warm gray-brown in direct light, and the way the columns were fitted, dry-laid, no mortar, the weight of each course pressing the one below into stability, was something she had watched being done thousands of times and still could not entirely reconcile with the fact that it worked. Stone that heavy, stacked that high in a structure that was essentially floating on waterlogged coral fill, and it stood. It had been standing for generations. The walls at the oldest part of the complex were thicker at the base and angled slightly inward, not by accident, she had always assumed, but by the accumulated judgment of every crew that had ever laid a course and felt the structure settle and learned from what the settlement told them. They entered the main approach channel. The walls rose on both sides. The sound changed, less open air, more enclosed, the slap of water on stone and the creak of the raft's lashing echoing slightly off the basalt faces. A heron stood on the top of the left wall and watched them pass without moving. The channel narrowed toward the unloading platform, and Li Hua called the adjustment strokes, 2 short pulls on the left, a deep sweep on the right, and the raft eased against the platform edge, and the forward man looped the tie line around the stone cleat, and that was another crossing done. While the crew began unlashing the columns for transfer, Li Hua walked to the edge of the platform and looked north toward the section where the new mortuary islet was being built. She could see the work from here, a low platform maybe 60 meters away, its outer wall rising above the waterline on 3 sides, the 4th side still open where the filling material was being brought in by smaller canoes. 3 or 4 men were setting columns on the northern face, working slowly, pressing each column into position and then stepping back to look, and then adjusting. It was painstaking in the way that all dry laying was painstaking. You could not rush it without risking a collapse that would be worse than the delay. There was a man standing near the construction site who was not working. He was dressed in a way that marked him as someone from the Saudelur's administrative staff, the specific combination of fiber garments and shell ornamentation that signaled access to the upper tiers of the ritual hierarchy. He was watching the stone setters with an expression that Li Hua, from this distance, could not read precisely but recognized in type. Impatience structured as displeasure, performing authority without doing anything useful. She had seen this expression many times. It was the expression of someone who had never set a column and needed the column setters to know that their pace was being observed and found insufficient. She watched him for a moment and then turned back to her crew. The Saudelur's administrative apparatus, the layer of intermediaries and ritual specialists and tribute counters and construction supervisors that had accumulated around the dynasty's core, was the thing that was accelerating the system's internal friction in ways the Saudelur lords themselves seemed not to perceive. The lords were embedded in a cosmological worldview that made critique structurally impossible. To question the pace of construction was to question the divine mandate that required it, which was to question the cosmological order, which was something no sane person on Pohnpei did openly.
But the intermediaries were human in all the ordinary ways, ambitious, territorial, willing to extract more than the system formally required when they thought they could do so without consequence, and the accumulation of small extractions over generations had produced a weight that the island's commoner communities were carrying in addition to the weight of the stone. Here is a piece of context that matters enormously, one that archaeologists have been working to reconstruct from the physical evidence at Nan Madol precisely because there is no written record. Studies of the skeletal remains recovered from Nan Madol's mortuary islets, particularly analysis conducted by researchers affiliated with the University of Hawaii and the Bishop Museum, have found evidence of significant nutritional stress in individuals who were not of elite status. The diets of laboring populations appear, from isotopic analysis, to have been increasingly constrained. Higher dependence on taro and breadfruit, which the Saudalur had progressively restricted to elite consumption.
This is not speculation. It is readable in the bones. Simultaneously, pollen records from sediment cores taken in the Ponape interior show forest clearance accelerating through the period corresponding to peak construction, consistent with the demand for timber for raft construction and fuel for the ritual kitchens. The island was being drawn down. The labor surplus that had made the first phases of Nan Madol possible was producing, by its own logic, the conditions under which that surplus could not be sustained. Archaeologists describe this as a common pattern in chiefdom-level polities that overinvest in monumental construction. The monument becomes the machine that consumes the society that built it. At Nan Madol, the machine ran for roughly 5 centuries before it stopped. Li Hua knew, in practical terms, what the skeletal record would later confirm. She knew it because she fed the raft crews, and she watched what they ate, and she knew what they ate was not enough. She knew it because her own household, she lived in a small stone-walled structure on the landward edge of the Nan Madol complex, in the section reserved for logistics workers of her tier, had been eating more taro and less fish for the past 4 years. She knew it because when she walked through the residential islets in the evenings, she could measure the silence, and the silence had been getting thicker in a way that was not peaceful. She thought about this sometimes, in the 40-minute crossings, watching the walls come toward her. She thought about it not as a political analysis. She did not have the vocabulary of political analysis and would not have considered it safe to develop one, but as a weight calculation. She was, fundamentally, a person who understood loads and tolerances and the point at which a lashing fails. She could feel that something in the system was at the edge of its tolerance. She did not know what the failure would look like. She had no model for it. The Saudalur had always been there. The stone had always been moving. The walls had always been rising. It was the only reality she had ever known. Then the stories started coming in about a man from beyond the reef. The name was Isokelekel. Nobody on Pohnpei had met him yet, at this point. He was a rumor, then a persistent rumor, then something more than a rumor, a presence in the oral network that connected the island's chieftain communities, passing from household to household along the paths of kinship and marriage alliance that the Saudalur's administrative grid had never fully captured. He was said to be coming from Khosrei, or from somewhere beyond Khosrei, with a force of warriors. He was said to have a grievance against the Saudalur. He was said to be favored by the same powers that the Saudalur claimed as their exclusive property. Liwa heard this from one of her crew chiefs, a quiet man named Selt, who was careful with words and never said anything that was not already confirmed by 2 sources. He told her in the morning, on the beach while they were loading, in a voice too low to carry. She listened. She did not respond. She gave the shove-off signal, and the raft moved, and she stood at the stern and watched the walls coming toward her and thought about tolerances. The question was not whether Isokelekel was real. Seld did not traffic in unreal things. The question was what real meant, here, in this context.
Seld told her that 3 of the chieftains in the southern districts, men whose tribute obligations had been quietly escalating for the past decade, had been in contact with people who had been in contact with people who were in contact with Isoke-Lekel's advance parties. He told her this as a fact, without a judgment attached. It was her judgment to apply. She thought about the man on the construction site who watched the stone setters with displeasure. She thought about the silence in the residential islets. She thought about the diet that the bones would remember after everything else was gone. She did not think the Saudeleur deserved to fall. She was not a revolutionary, and she had not been wronged in any singular dramatic way. She had built her competence inside the system that existed, and she had earned something real within it. But she thought about what happened to a raft when the lashing failed. The stone did not vanish, it just went somewhere nobody intended, and the raft became something other than a raft, and the question of blame was less useful than the question of where you were standing when it happened. She started thinking about where she was standing. The construction on the new mortuary islet continued through the following weeks. Liwa ran the crossings, 51 days until the ceremonial cycle, then 40, then 30. The weather held. The columns arrived and were set, the walls rose. The man from the administrative staff came and went and occasionally sent a junior attendant to tell Liwa that the pace was still insufficient, and she acknowledged the message with a specific tilt of her head that was technically respectful and communicated exactly nothing. The stone moved at the pace that the stone could be safely moved, and anyone who wanted it to move faster was welcome to come and demonstrate how. What she was doing, in parallel, was paying attention. Not gathering intelligence in any organized way. That was not her role, and she did not want it to be. But listening to what the island told her in the ordinary texture of each day. She listened to the quarry crews. She listened to the women who managed the ritual food preparation on the specialized cooking islets. She listened to the older men who remembered the previous Saudeleur lord and had opinions about the difference in tone between that administration and this one. She listened to the channel water, which during particularly low tides exposed sections of the original stonework at the base of the oldest walls, and sometimes what was exposed there was not standard prismatic basalt, but older stone of a different character, suggesting that the site was a palimpsest, that there had been something here before the dynasty formalized it, a fact the Saudeleur's cosmological narrative did not have room for. That older stone bothered her in a specific way she could not articulate. If there had been something here before the Saudeleur, then the Saudeleur had not, in fact, founded the sacred center. They had occupied and expanded a sacred center that preceded them. The cosmological claim was partially correct and partially a kind of retroactive annexation. She did not know what to do with this thought. She had nowhere to put it that felt safe. She moved it to the back of her mind and left it there, where it kept making noise. The ceremonial cycle arrived, and the new mortuary islet was completed, or complete enough for the ritual purposes that the Saudeleur required, which was not the same as structurally finished, but was sufficient for the performance. Liwa stood at the edge of the main channel and watched the ceremonial canoes bring the officiants through in their formal procession. The carved prow ornaments, the specific arrangements of fiber garments and shell ornaments that encoded rank in a visual language she could read as fluently as she read the tide. It was impressive. It had always been impressive. Non-Madol at the center of a working ritual cycle was genuinely magnificent. The black stone walls, the sound of the chants carrying over the water, the smell of ritual food from the preparation islets, the herons standing on the high walls as if they had been placed there deliberately. She felt, watching this, something she could not entirely separate from loyalty. She had built this, not the cosmology, not the mandate, not the dynasty, but the walls. She had moved the stone. Her hands were in those walls. The calloused palms and the rope burns and the years of 40-minute crossings were in the fit of every column she had supervised. And the columns were here, and they were standing, and they would stand for a long time after she was gone. That was real. That was not nothing. But she also thought, a wall does not choose who stands behind it. Isokelekel arrived from across the water, not as a rumor, not as a name passed along kinship lines, as a fact. A fleet of canoes, somewhere between 100 and several hundred depending on whose account you trusted, appearing on the horizon east of the island and coming in through the reef passage in the kind of weather that a person with long experience of the Pacific would not have chosen. High swell, lateral wind, the reef a white line of breaking water on both sides, as if the calculation of danger had been made and found acceptable compared to the danger of arriving.
In calm water, when the Saudeler might have time to organize a response. Lihua was not on the water when they came in. She was on one of the landward platforms, checking a section of wall where a column on the third course had been showing a hairline fracture along its long axis, the kind of crack that meant nothing or meant eventual structural failure, and there was no way to know which without watching it over time. She heard the sound before she understood what it was, a kind of collective voice, not the usual sounds of Nan Madol at work, something with a different frequency. She walked to a point where she could see the northern approach channel. She looked at the water. The canoes were already inside the reef. The oral traditions of Pohnpei, and here I need to give a careful account of what historians can and cannot verify, preserve a narrative of Isokelekel's arrival and the fall of the Saudeler in considerable detail. The primary sources are the Nanwarki oral traditions as recorded by German administrator Johann Kubari in the 19th century, and subsequently by American ethnologist John Fisher and others in the mid-20th century. The traditions describe Isokelekel as arriving with 333 warriors from Kosrae, guided to Pohnpei by divine direction, fighting a battle against the Saudeler at a location on the main island, and defeating the last Saudeler lord, who fled and, in some versions of the account, was captured and ritually shamed rather than killed. Scholars treat this tradition with the standard caution applied to oral history that has passed through many generations and multiple periods of political use. The 333 warriors figure is likely a ritual number rather than a census count, and the divine guidance framing reflects how a successor dynasty naturalizes its legitimacy. But the core event, a successful outside challenger ending Saudeler rule, is consistent with the archaeological record, which shows a discontinuity in construction activity at Nan Madol sometime in the 14th or early 15th century, followed by a shift in how the site was used that corresponds with the traditions of the Nanwarki system that replaced Saudeler rule. The conquest was real. The Saudeler dynasty ended. What exactly happened in the days and weeks of the transition? Who chose which side? Who waited? Who ran? That is not in any record. Lihua waited. Not as cowardice. Waiting was its own kind of judgment, and she had calculated it carefully. She was not a chieftain. She was not a Saudeler kinsperson. She was a logistics coordinator who had spent 17 years moving stone across a lagoon. She had no army, no alliance, no ritual authority. What she had was knowledge of the physical structure that both sides would need to control, and the patience to let the outcome arrive before she committed her knowledge to one direction or another. The battle, when it happened on the land, not in the lagoon. Nan Madol was not a fortress in the military sense. The water channels that surrounded it were a ritual and administrative structure, not a defensive one, and the stone walls were not designed to resist an assault from within the island's population, which is what an Isokelekel-aligned attack would be. The Saudeler's control of Nan Madol depended on the compliance of the island's communities, and when that compliance ended, when the chieftains of the southern districts made their choice, the stone walls became stage scenery rather than fortification. She heard about the last Saudeler lord's flight from one of the administrative staff she had worked with for years, a man who had always been careful about his loyalties and was now being very careful in the opposite direction, demonstrating enthusiastic alignment with the new order in a way that Liwa found both understandable and slightly nauseating. He told her that the Lord had fled north, then been caught, then, here the account became uncertain, been brought to Nan-Madol and conducted through some kind of ritual that ended the dynasty's claim. Liwa walked to the construction site of the mortuary islet that had been the last project she had finished under Saudeleur commission. The walls were solid, the columns were seated correctly, the fill was packed. She ran her hand along the basalt face, cold, slightly rough, the crystal structure of the stone visible in the morning light, and felt the weight of it pressing down into the coral and the coral pressing down into the lagoon floor. Sound, as far as she could judge, good for decades, maybe longer. Isokelekel's people would use this space. They might rededicate it, rename it, insert it into a new cosmological narrative that credited different ancestors, but the stone would be the same stone. Her work would be underneath whatever they built on top of it. She thought, a wall does not choose who stands behind it, but the people who build walls get to decide whether to keep building them, and for whom, and at what pace, and according to whose judgment of what is safe. She walked back to the raft landing and began checking the lashing on Raft 7. The centuries after Isokelekel's overthrow of the Saudeleur saw a gradual shift in how Nan-Madol functioned. The site was not abandoned immediately. The oral traditions suggest it remained in ceremonial use under the Nanmarki chieftaincy system for some time, but the intense construction activity that had characterized the Saudeleur period ceased. Without the centralized tribute system and the cosmological imperative to keep building, the logistical apparatus that had moved stone across the lagoon had no commission to fulfill. The walls stopped growing, the raft crews dispersed, the channels slowly silted, the mangroves began their work on the stone. Modern assessments of Nan-Madol's condition describe a site in active structural decline. The coral fill beneath the platforms is being undermined by tidal action and the probing roots of mangrove trees that have colonized every horizontal surface not scoured by storm surge. The basalt columns themselves are geologically stable. Prismatic basalt does not dissolve in salt water, but the structures they form are being taken apart from within as roots split joints in stormwater moves fill material, and the walls slowly disaggregate back into their component pieces. Several of the outer islet walls have partially collapsed in recent decades. The UNESCO World Heritage listing in 2016 was accompanied by an immediate inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger, and FSM government reports since then have described difficulty funding stabilization efforts at the scale required. The site receives a fraction of the international archaeological attention that comparable monuments in the Mediterranean or Asia receive, partly because of its remoteness and partly because the Pacific's indigenous histories have historically been lower priority in the global allocation of research funding, a disparity that Pacific scholars, including those at the University of the South Pacific and the University of Hawaii at Manoa, have been working to correct for the past 3 decades with increasing success. There is an attempt now to read the site more carefully than it has ever been read. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified subsurface features, possible earlier construction phases, possible storage or structural elements not visible above the waterline, that suggest the islets we can see are only part of the story. LiDAR surveys of the surrounding landmass have identified features in the forest interior that may represent the residential and agricultural infrastructure that fed the Nan-Madol complex, the ordinary lives, the taro paddies, the breadfruit groves, the sleeping houses, the families, that do not appear in the monument itself because the monument was never meant to be lived in by ordinary people. It was meant to be seen, approached, supplicated, and feared. Liwa's equivalent, the logistics workers, the raft crews, the quarry teams, the women who maintained the food islets, lived and worked and died in those invisible spaces. The monument records the Saudeler's claim to divinity. The soils and the sediment cores and the isotopic analysis of bones record the lives of the people who made the claim physically possible. She would have understood this distinction. She spent 17 years moving stone to build a monument to a power she served but did not own. She understood the difference between what a wall represents and what it weighs. She understood that the work of hands survives the intentions of the people who commissioned it. And she understood, in the way that a person who has spent years calculating loads and tolerances understands structural failure, that systems which mistake their own permanence for proof of legitimacy tend to run until they stop, and they stop all at once. Nan Madol stopped all at once.
And then the water came, and the mangroves came, and the coral grew over the fill, and the heron still stands on the top of the wall and watches the empty channel, and the basalt is still there, every column, every course, as dark and exact and indifferent as the day it was set. Lihua said it. That is not nothing.
6,600 years. Say it again, slowly. 6,600 years. That is how long the aquaculture system at Budj has been in continuous operation. Not intermittent use, not seasonal visits. Continuous, engineered, maintained operation. Channels cut through volcanic basalt, weirs built and rebuilt and adjusted and refined, eel traps woven and set and checked and replaced, stone houses constructed on foundations that have survived 66 centuries of rain and wind and fire and flood. The Great Pyramid of Giza is about 4,500 years old. Stonehenge, in its current form, roughly the same. The oldest known cities in Mesopotamia, Uruk, Eridu, date to around 5,000 years before the Common Era. The aquaculture system at Budj predates all of them. Every single one. And nobody taught you about it in school. This is the story of a man I will call Yeren. It is the story of the Gunditjmara people. It is the story of a volcanic landscape in what is now southwestern Victoria, Australia, and the extraordinary thing that happened when a community of indigenous Australians looked at a field of black basalt rock left behind by an ancient eruption and decided, not over years, not over decades, but over millennia, to turn it into the most sophisticated water management system the Southern Hemisphere has ever produced. But it is also a story about blindness, about what happens when one civilization encounters another and cannot see what is standing right in front of it, about how the longest-running engineering project in human history was dismissed as wilderness by people who had been building things for a fraction of the time. Let me take you there. The volcano that made everything possible erupted roughly 30,000 years ago. Budj, the name means high head in Gunditjmara language, is a dormant shield volcano in the western district of Victoria, about 270 kilometers west of Melbourne. When it erupted, it sent lava flows across the surrounding landscape, creating a vast field of dark basalt rock that blocked natural drainage patterns and formed a complex system of wetlands, lakes, and seasonal marshes. The eruption was catastrophic, but the landscape it left behind was something else entirely. An opportunity. The Gunditjmara, the Aboriginal people whose country this is, have oral traditions that describe the eruption itself. Their creation narratives speak of a great being who moved through the landscape and shaped it with fire. Modern geologists have confirmed that the oral accounts align with the volcanic event. 30,000 years of memory, encoded in story, passed from mouth to ear across more generations than most civilizations have existed. Now here is the part that changes everything. In 2003, a bushfire swept through the Budj landscape and burned away dense vegetation that had obscured the ground for decades. When the smoke cleared, archaeologists and Gunditjmara elders looked at what the fire had revealed and realized the scale of what was hidden beneath the scrub was far greater than anyone had previously understood. The channels were everywhere, cut into basalt, lined with stone, connecting natural waterways to artificial ponds and holding areas. They were not random, they were not accidental, they were engineered. designed to direct the flow of water, and with it, the movement of short-finned eels, kuyang in Gunditjmara language, through a network of traps where they could be harvested, smoked, stored, and traded. Heather Bilth, an archaeologist who conducted extensive research at the site in the early 2000s, documented over 40 kilometers of modified channels in the Budj lava flow area. Radiocarbon dating of charcoal and sediment layers associated with the channel construction return dates of approximately 6,600 years before present, making it at the time the oldest known aquaculture system on Earth. Subsequent research by Gunditjmara community researchers working with institutions including the University of Melbourne and Monash University has continued to refine and expand understanding of the system's age, complexity, and scale. UNESCO inscribed the Budj cultural landscape as a World Heritage Site in 2019, recognizing it specifically for its cultural, not natural, significance. It was the first Australian site to receive World Heritage listing exclusively on cultural criteria related to Indigenous heritage. That is the ground Yaron walks. Picture him, a man in his late 30s, lean and strong, with ochre markings on his forearms and chest that indicate his clan affiliation and his specific responsibility within the community's resource management system. His hair is dark and bound with woven cord. His hands are scarred from years of working with basalt, lifting, placing, adjusting the stones that line the channels and form the weirs. He is standing knee-deep in cool water in a channel about 1 meter wide and half a meter deep, cut through black volcanic rock. The water moves slowly but steadily. It is early autumn, March or April in the southern hemisphere, and the eels are running. This is the season the entire system was designed for. The short-finned eels breed in the Coral Sea, thousands of kilometers to the northeast, and their juvenile offspring, called elvers, migrate south and west along the Australian coast, entering rivers and wetlands to mature. The adults grow in freshwater for years, sometimes decades, before making the reverse journey to breed and die. The Gunditjmara did not simply wait for eels to arrive. They managed the entire life cycle. The channels directed water flow to create ideal eel habitat. The weirs controlled water levels, allowing managers like Yaron to raise or lower water in specific areas to attract or concentrate eels. The traps, woven baskets set into gaps in the weirs, captured eels of specific sizes because the basket mesh was calibrated to let juveniles pass through while retaining adults of harvestable size. This is not gathering. This is not hunting. This is farming. Aquaculture. Selective harvesting with built-in sustainability. You take the adults, you let the juveniles grow. You manage the water to ensure the habitat persists. The system regulated itself across seasons and across years, as long as the infrastructure was maintained. And maintaining it was Yaron's inheritance. His father maintained the same stretch of channel, his father's father before that. The knowledge of how to read the water, how to tell from the color and speed and sound of the flow whether the eels were moving, whether a weir needed a stone added or removed, whether a section of channel was silting up and needed clearing. This knowledge was not written in any document. It was carried in the body, in the hands, in the practice of walking the channels every morning and every evening during the season, checking every weir, adjusting every trap, reading the landscape the way a sailor reads the sea. Yaron did not think of himself as an engineer. That is our word, not his. He thought of himself as a keeper, a caretaker of a system that was older than anyone could count, a system that belonged to the land and the eels and the water as much as it belonged to his people. His role was not to invent. His role was to maintain, to pass along, to ensure that what had been built over thousands of years continued to function for thousands more. And function it did. The eel harvest at Budj was not a subsistence-level operation. The volume of eels the system could produce was enormous, far more than the local Gunditjmara population needed for immediate consumption. The surplus was smoked and dried in stone smoking houses, the remains of which have been archaeologically documented at multiple sites within the Budj landscape, and then traded. This is where the story becomes something the colonial imagination found impossible to process. The Gunditjmara traded smoked eel across vast distances. Archaeological and ethno-historical evidence indicates trade networks extending hundreds of kilometers, connecting the Budj aquaculture communities with other Aboriginal groups across southeastern Australia. The eel was a trade commodity. It was portable, high in calories and fat, durable when properly smoked, and highly valued by communities that did not have access to the same resource.
And the Gunditjmara lived in permanent stone houses. This fact alone demolishes one of the most persistent and destructive myths in Australian colonial history. The idea that Aboriginal Australians were exclusively nomadic, that they built no permanent structures, that they had no fixed settlements, and that the land was therefore terra nullius, empty land belonging to nobody, available for the taking. The stone house remains at Budj are circular or semicircular, built from basalt blocks with evidence of internal hearths and smoke holes. Some show signs of modification and expansion over time. They are clustered in village-like arrangements near the channel systems and eel traps. They are, by any reasonable definition, permanent dwellings in a permanent settlement. European observers in the 19th century saw them. Some even described them. But the descriptions were buried, ignored, or explained away because they did not fit the narrative. Aboriginal people were supposed to be wanderers, primitives, people without architecture, without agriculture, without the markers of what the European mind recognized as civilization. The channels were dismissed as natural features.
The weirs were dismissed as random rock piles. The stone houses were dismissed as temporary shelters. An engineering tradition that had been operating for over 6 millennia was rendered invisible by the assumptions of people who had been on the continent for less than a century. Yeren did not know any of this was coming. Not yet. Let me describe his day. He wakes before dawn in a stone house with a low doorway that faces away from the prevailing wind. The walls are basalt, roughly coursed, about waist height, with a superstructure of timber and bark that keeps out the rain. The interior is warm from the hearth that burned through the night. His wife and 2 children sleep on possum skin cloaks piled on a raised platform of packed earth. The cloaks are important. The Western District of Victoria is not tropical Australia. Winters are cold and wet.
The Gunditjmara wore cloaks made from possum skins, sewn together with sinew, sometimes decorated with incised geometric patterns on the inside of the skin. These were valuable items, traded and inherited. Yeren ducks out through the doorway and stands in the pre-dawn gray. The landscape around him is unlike anything a visitor from another continent would expect of Australia. It is green, lush, wet. The volcanic soil is fertile. The wetlands are full. The air smells of water and earth and eucalyptus. Mist hangs over the channels. He can hear the water moving. He walks his section. This morning, the water level in the main channel is slightly higher than yesterday. Rain upstream, probably, or a natural adjustment in the outflow from the lake. He reaches the first weir and checks the trap. The woven basket is heavy. He lifts it and finds 8 adult eels inside, thick and dark, coiling over each other. He transfers them to a carry bag made from woven bark fiber. At the next weir, 6 more. At the third, 12. It is a good morning. By the time the sun clears the ridge of Budj itself, the volcano's low, weathered cone is visible from most of the channel system. Yeren has checked his full section. He carries the morning's harvest back to the smoking area, where his mother's sister is already tending the fire in a low stone smoking house. The eels are gutted, split, and laid on wooden racks above smoldering tea tree wood. The smoke preserves the flesh and gives it a distinctive flavor. Properly smoked eels can be stored for weeks, even months. Some of these eels will be eaten today. Some will be stored. Some will be set aside for the gathering. The gathering. This is the event that transforms Budj from a local food production site into a node in a continental network. Several times a year, the Gunditjmara host gatherings,
large inter-clan and inter-nation meetings that bring together Aboriginal groups from across the region. These are not simply social events, though they are intensely social. They are economic events, political events, legal events, ceremonial events. People come from hundreds of kilometers away. They bring goods for trade, stone tools, ochre, possum skin cloaks, plant medicines, shell ornaments from the coast, and they come in large part for the eels. The Gunditjmara's ability to produce a reliable, large-scale surplus of smoked eel gave them extraordinary economic and political leverage. They were not a marginal people scraping by in difficult terrain. They were wealthy. They were hosts. They controlled a resource that others wanted, and they managed that resource with a sophistication that ensured it never ran out. Yaren's role during the gatherings was dual. He was a channel keeper, responsible for ensuring the system produced enough to meet the demand. And he was a representative of his clan in the negotiations that accompanied every trade. Who gets how much, at what price, in exchange for what goods, with what obligations attached. These were complex transactions governed by law, kinship, and precedent. I should say that word again, law. The Gunditjmara, like all Aboriginal Australian nations, operated under sophisticated legal systems. Systems of obligation, reciprocity, land management responsibility, and dispute resolution that had been developed and refined over tens of thousands of years. The European legal fiction of terra nullius did not merely ignore the physical infrastructure of Budj. It ignored an entire legal and political order. In 1992, the Australian High Court's Mabo decision formally overturned the doctrine of terra nullius. In 2007, the Gunditjmara people won a native title determination, recognizing their continuing connection to their country, including the Budj area. The legal fight took decades and required the Gunditjmara to prove, in an Australian courtroom, that their relationship with the land was real, continuous, and ancient. A requirement that, if you think about it for even a moment, is extraordinary. A people who had been managing the same landscape for 6,600 years were asked to prove to a court that had existed for 200 that they belonged there. But that is later. Return to Yaren. The system was not static. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Budj aquaculture complex is the evidence of continuous modification over millennia. Channels were extended, redirected, deepened, or abandoned as water patterns shifted. New weirs were built, old ones were reconfigured. The system adapted to changing conditions. Shifts in rainfall patterns, changes in vegetation, fluctuations in eel populations, through active, deliberate management. This means that Yaren was not simply maintaining a fixed piece of infrastructure. He was making decisions, engineering decisions. He read the landscape and determined where water needed to go, where it was pooling too deeply, where a channel was losing flow to a new obstruction. He communicated with other channel keepers upstream and downstream. They coordinated. Think about what that requires. A shared understanding of hydraulic principles, how water moves across a landscape, how gradient affects flow, how channel width and depth interact to determine velocity and volume. A shared vocabulary for describing these principles. A system for coordinating work across multiple clan groups because the channel network crossed clan boundaries. A method for resolving disputes when one group's modifications affected another group's water supply. All of this existed, all of it, for 6,600 years, without writing, without centralized authority, without any of the things the Western historical tradition insists are prerequisites for complex social organization. The knowledge was held in people, in their bodies, their language, their ceremonies, their kinship networks. And it was transmitted across generations through direct instruction, observation, practice, and story. The same methods by which the Gunditjmara had maintained the memory of the volcanic eruption that created the landscape in the first place. Here is a moment I want you to hold. Yaren is teaching his son. The boy is perhaps 10 years old enough to be useful, young enough to be impressed. They are standing in a section of channel where Yeren has noticed the flow weakening over the past several days. He suspects a partial blockage upstream, a stone shifted by recent high water perhaps, or a buildup of sediment behind a weir. They walk upstream together, Yeren pointing out the signs, the slight change in water color where sediment is settling instead of flowing. The quiet spot where you should be hearing a ripple over the weir crest, but hear nothing. The particular way vegetation grows thicker in slow water than in moving water. They find the problem. A basalt slab about the size of a man's torso has shifted in the wall of a weir, creating a gap through which water is bleeding sideways into a depression instead of continuing down the main channel. Yeren shows his son how to reposition the stone, not just shoving it back, but selecting the right angle so the water pressure holds it in place instead of pushing it loose again. The boy watches. Yeren makes him do it himself. The boy struggles. The stone is heavy and the water is cold, but gets it into position. The flow resumes. Downstream, within minutes, the water level in Yeren's section begins to rise. The boy has just received a piece of engineering knowledge that is older than written language. This is how you maintain a system for 6,600 years. Not with blueprints, not with institutions, with hands and eyes, and a patient willingness to show the next person exactly what you showed the last one, every generation, without fail, for longer than most civilizations manage to exist. Now, let me tell you about the houses, because the houses matter. The stone house remains at Budj were first formally recorded by archaeologists in the 1990s and 2000s, though Gunditjmara people had always known about them. The clusters are found near the channel systems and in elevated positions with good views of the surrounding wetland. The structures vary in size, but typical examples have circular footprints, roughly 3 to 4 meters in diameter, with basalt walls standing 30 to 60 centimeters high. Post holes and the distribution of charcoal suggest superstructures of wood and bark above the stone base.
Research by archaeologists, including Ian McNiven and others associated with Monash University and the University of Melbourne, working in partnership with Gunditjmara Aboriginal Corporation, has documented over 150 stone structures in the broader Budj landscape. The clustering patterns suggest planned villages, not random scatterings, but organized groupings with shared smoking houses, work areas, and access to the channel system. The existence of these permanent settlements was not a secret. Early European settlers in the region noted stone structures in their journals and correspondence, but the observations were not taken seriously by the broader colonial apparatus because they contradicted the operating assumption. Aboriginal people did not build. Aboriginal people did not settle. Therefore, what the settlers saw must be something else. Sheep pens, perhaps, or natural rock formations, or the remnants of some forgotten European activity. The capacity of the colonial mind to unsee what did not fit its model is one of the most consistent and devastating features of the Australian story. Yeren's house was real. His channels were real. His weirs, his traps, his smoking houses, his trade networks, all real, all functioning, all visible, and all invisible to the people who arrived with the assumption that the land was empty. Let me move forward in time. The first sustained European presence in the Western District of Victoria came in the 1840s and 1840s as pastoral settlers moved into the region seeking grazing land for sheep and cattle. The Gunditjmara resisted. This is documented. The Umarala Wars, a series of violent confrontations between Gunditjmara warriors and European settlers and colonial police between roughly 1840 and 1863, are among the most significant frontier conflicts in Australian history. The Gunditjmara fought hard. They used their knowledge of the volcanic landscape, the broken terrain, the stone walls, the dense vegetation, to conduct a guerrilla resistance that frustrated colonial forces for over 2 decades. The basalt terrain that had provided the building material for the channel system now provided defensive positions. Stone walls that had been built to manage water
were repurposed to manage violence. But the violence was asymmetric. The settlers had firearms, supply lines, and the backing of the colonial state. The Gunditjmara were defending their country with spears, clubs, and their knowledge of ground. The outcome was not in doubt. By the 1860s, the surviving Gunditjmara were confined to missions and reserves. Their access to Budj-BIM and the channel system was restricted or eliminated. The infrastructure they had maintained for 6,600 years was abandoned. Abandoned. Not destroyed. The basalt does not rot, does not rust, does not decay. The channels filled with sediment. The weirs were overgrown. The vegetation reclaimed the landscape.
But the stones were still there, under the scrub, under the bracken, under the assumption that nothing was there. Yaren was not alive for this. The Yaren I have described existed in the period before contact, the last generations of unbroken channel keeping, the last practitioners of a tradition that stretched back to the Middle Holocene. But his descendants were alive for it. His great-grandchildren, or their equivalent, were the people who were marched off their country and told to forget. They did not forget. This is perhaps the most important part of the story. The Gunditjmara did not forget. Through mission life, through dispossession, through the forced removal of children, the policies of the Australian government that are now formally recognized as the stolen generations,
through
poverty and marginalization and deliberate cultural suppression, the Gunditjmara held on to the knowledge of Budj-BIM. They knew the channels were there. They knew the weirs were there. They knew the stone houses were there. They told their children. Their children told their children. When the bushfire of 2003 stripped the vegetation and revealed the scale of the channel system, the Gunditjmara were not surprised. They had been saying it was there all along. The fire simply made the non-indigenous world look. Denise Lovett, a Gunditjmara woman and cultural heritage professional who has been central to the campaign for Budj-BIM's recognition, has spoken publicly about this. The frustration of knowing your country holds evidence of one of the oldest and most sophisticated engineering traditions on Earth, and being told by outsiders that it doesn't exist. The fight for recognition was not a fight to discover something new. It was a fight to make the existing evidence impossible to ignore. The UNESCO inscription in 2019 was a milestone, but it was not the end. It was a point in a much longer story, a story that, for the Gunditjmara, has no beginning and no end, because the country itself is the story, and the country does not stop. I want to return to Yaren one more time. It is evening. The eel season is at its peak. Yaren has spent the day adjusting weirs in a section of the system that has been underperforming. The water level dropped after a dry spell, and the eels were bypassing the traps by finding alternative routes through natural channels in the basalt. He solved the problem by placing a line of stones across the alternative routes, forcing the water and the eels back into the main channel. It took him most of the afternoon, working in cold water with heavy rock, and his hands are raw. He sits now by a fire in front of his house. His wife is inside with the younger child. His son, the one he taught to reposition the weir stone, is sitting beside him, eating smoked eel wrapped in a leaf. The fire is small but steady, burning tea tree wood that his wife's sister collected that morning. The landscape around them is dark. The wetlands extend in every direction, reflecting the last light of the sky. The sound of water moving through the channels is constant, a low, continuous murmur that Yaren has heard every day of his life, and that his ancestors heard every day of theirs, back through 600 generations, to the people who first looked at the lava field and saw possibility. He does not think of himself as part of a tradition that is 6,600 years old. He does not count years the way I am counting them for you. He thinks of himself as someone doing what his father did, what his father's father did, what has always been done. The channels have always been there. The eels have always come. The work has always needed doing. That is the shape of the world. But here is what he also knows, in a way that is deeper than words. He knows that if he does not teach his son, if the knowledge stops with him,
If the chain of hands and stones and water breaks, then the system fails. Not immediately. The channels will still hold water. The weirs will still slow the flow. But without the daily reading, the seasonal adjustments, the generational knowledge of how each section behaves in drought and flood, the system will degrade. Stones will shift and not be replaced. Channels will silt and not be cleared. The intricate balance between water and rock and eel and human will unwind. He does not know that this unwinding is coming. He does not know that in a number of generations he cannot count, people will arrive from across the sea who will look at the channels and see nothing.
Who will look at the weirs and see rock piles? Who will look at his house and see rubble?
Who will look at his son and see a primitive? He does not know. He sits by his fire, and his son eats smoked eel, and the water moves through the channels in the dark. Let me widen the lens. The Budj-BIM system is not an isolated anomaly. It is the most dramatic and best documented example of a broader pattern that is only now being fully recognized. Aboriginal Australians were not passive inhabitants of an untouched wilderness. They were active managers of their environment on a continental scale. The concept of fire stick farming, the deliberate use of controlled burning to manage vegetation, promote new growth, control animal movement, and maintain landscape health, has been studied and documented extensively since the work of archaeologist Rhys Jones in the 1960s and 1970s.
Aboriginal fire management shaped the Australian landscape so profoundly that the vegetation patterns observed by early European explorers were, in many regions, the product of thousands of years of deliberate human intervention, not natural wilderness. But Budj-BIM goes beyond fire management. It is infrastructure, physical, permanent, labor-intensive infrastructure. Stone channels, stone weirs, stone houses, built and maintained over a timescale that dwarfs the lifespan of most civilizations. The system required coordinated labor, specialized knowledge, intergenerational transmission of skills, surplus production, trade, and governance. It required, in other words, everything that the Western world has traditionally demanded as proof of civilization. And it existed on a continent that the Western world declared uncivilized. The implications of Budj-BIM are not academic. They are not theoretical. They are practical and urgent. If a people can engineer and maintain a complex aquaculture system for 6,600 years without depleting the resource, without degrading the environment, and without requiring centralized authority or coercive power, then that system contains knowledge that the modern world, which is struggling to manage its fisheries, its water systems, its landscapes, and its food supply on timescales measured in decades, not millennia, desperately needs. The Gunditjmara are not a museum exhibit. They are not a case study. They are a living people with living knowledge, and the system at Budj-BIM is being restored. In partnership with Parks Victoria and with support from the Australian and Victorian governments, the Gunditjmara community is actively rehabilitating sections of the channel system, clearing vegetation, repositioning stones, and re-establishing the flow patterns that sustained the aquaculture operation for thousands of years. Eels are returning to channels that have been dry for a century and a half. Think about that. 150 years of colonial disruption. 6,600 years of continuous operation before that, and the system still works. The basalt still channels the water still brings the eels, the weirs still slow the flow. All it needed was someone to come back and tend it. Yaren would recognize what they are doing. The movements are the same, the stones are the same, the eels are the same. The knowledge, scarred and interrupted but not broken, is the same. Let me give you one final image. The year is 2019. A delegation of Gunditjmara elders and community leaders is in Baku, Azerbaijan, attending the 43rd session of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee.
They are there to witness the vote on the nomination of the Budj cultural landscape. The nomination has been years in preparation. The documentation runs to hundreds of pages. The evidence is overwhelming. The committee votes. Budj is inscribed. In Baku, the Gunditjmara delegation celebrates. In Victoria, Australia, at Budj itself, community members gather at the channels. The water is still flowing. The eels are still running. The basalt, dark and dense and enduring, is still holding the shape that human hands gave it 6,600 years ago. Nobody has to prove the system exists anymore. The world has agreed. But here is the thing the Gunditjmara know, and that Yaren knew, and that every channel keeper before and after him knew. The system did not need the world's agreement to exist. It existed because the work was done. Every day, every season, every generation, stone by stone, weir by weir, eel by eel, hand over hand, for 6,600 years. The UNESCO inscription is important. The native title determination is important. The archaeological research is important. But none of it made the system real. The system was always real.
It was the world that was slow to see. 66 centuries. Say it one more time. 66 centuries. The pyramids are young by comparison. Stonehenge is young by comparison. Rome, Athens, Babylon, children. And in the volcanic wetlands of southwestern Victoria, the water is still moving through channels lined with basalt, cut by hands that knew exactly what they were doing, maintained by a people who never stopped knowing. And the eels are still coming, and the stones are still holding, and the fire in the smoking house is still burning. 6,600 years, the longest engineering project in human history, and it is still running. Right now, today, as you listen to this, the water is moving, the eels are running, the stones are holding. 66 centuries and counting. There's a country beneath the North Sea. Not a metaphor, not a myth. A country with river systems and ridge lines and lake shores and campsites where human beings lived, hunted, loved, buried their dead, and watched the sun set over grasslands that no longer exist. If you drained the North Sea tomorrow, pulled the plug on the gray water between England and Denmark, you would find it. The contours are still there on the seabed. Sonar surveys have mapped river channels that once carried fresh water to estuaries teeming with fish. Sediment cores have recovered pollen from birch and hazel forests that grew on hills now 40 meters underwater. Fishing trawlers have dragged up the bones of mammoths and the antler harpoons of the people who hunted them. The country had no name. The people who lived there left no writing, no monuments, no cities. They left flint, bone, and the faintest chemical traces of campfires in sediment layers that geologists can date to within a few centuries.
Archaeologists call the country Doggerland after the Dogger Bank, a shallow sandbank in the middle of the North Sea where British fishing boats have worked for centuries, and where, beginning in the early 20th century, trawler nets began pulling up objects that should not have been on the ocean floor. Antler points, worked flint, a chunk of peat with a barbed bone harpoon embedded in it. In 1931, the trawler Colinda hauled up a lump of moor log, compressed peat from the Lehman and Auerbank, 25 miles off the Norfolk coast, and inside it was a barbed antler point of unmistakable Mesolithic workmanship. The object was 8,000 years old. It had been made on dry land. The University of Birmingham's Europe's Lost Frontiers project, led by archaeologist Vincent Gaffney beginning in 2015, used seismic survey data originally collected by the petroleum industry to build the most detailed map of Doggerland's submerged landscape ever produced. What they found was not a featureless mudflat.
It was a complex, varied, resource-rich environment, a
patchwork of wetlands, river valleys, coastal lagoons, and upland areas that would have supported a substantial Mesolithic population for thousands of years. Gaffney's team identified what appeared to be a massive inland lake, a river system comparable to the Rhine, and coastlines with the kind of sheltered inlets that attract human settlement everywhere on Earth. The project recovered ancient DNA from sediment cores, identified shifts in vegetation patterns, and produced models of how the landscape changed as sea levels rose between roughly 10,000 and 6,000 BCE. This was not marginal land at the edge of nowhere. This was the center of the Mesolithic world. I want to take you there. I want to put you on that land before the water came. Wren is not a name anyone would have used. Mesolithic hunter-gatherers in northern Europe left no written records, and the languages they spoke are lost beyond any hope of reconstruction. But the person I am calling Wren is not imaginary. He is a composite, assembled from the archaeological evidence of how people lived in the final centuries of Doggerland's existence, roughly 6,500 to 6,200 BCE. He is a flint knapper, a seasonal camp organizer, a man in his late 30s, old by the standards of his world, with hands scarred from decades of striking flint nodules into microliths, the tiny geometric blades that Mesolithic people hafted into wooden and bone handles to make composite tools. His world is shrinking. He knows this. Not the way you and I know about sea level rise, not as a data set or a projection or a graph in a report. He knows it the way you know the contour of your own backyard. The creek that used to run dry in summer does not run dry anymore. The mudflat where his grandmother dug for cockles is underwater at low tide now. The campsite on the south-facing slope above the river, the one his people have used every autumn for as long as anyone can remember, flooded last spring for the first time. The land is sinking, or the sea is rising. Wren does not have the vocabulary to distinguish between the two, and in practical terms, it does not matter. What matters is that the hunting ground is getting smaller. The reed marsh that attracts waterfowl in spring is expanding into the birchwood. The freshwater lake where his people fish for pike is turning brackish. Every generation in Wren's lineage has known a slightly different coastline. His great-grandfather walked to places Wren cannot reach without a boat. His children will need boats to reach places Wren can still walk. But the change is not fast enough to constitute a single dramatic event. There is no flood, there is no catastrophe, not yet. There is only the slow, grinding, relentless arithmetic of millimeters per year, compounding across decades, eating land that nobody will remember was ever land. This is the thing about Doggerland that makes it different from every other lost civilization I have ever told you about. The Phoenicians were conquered, the Etruscans were absorbed, the Minoans were shattered by a volcanic eruption. Doggerland was not destroyed by any human act or sudden natural disaster. It was drowned by time, by the patient, indifferent work of meltwater from ice sheets that had been retreating since the last glacial maximum 18,000 years earlier. The people who lived there did not lose a war. They lost a geological argument, and they lost it slowly enough that every generation could see it happening, and fast enough that no generation could stop it. Wren's camp sits on a low ridge above a river estuary. On clear days, he can see the chalk hills to the west, the future cliffs of eastern England, and on very clear days, the faintest blue line of higher ground to the east, the future coast of the Netherlands. Between those two horizons, the land is flat, waterlogged, and alive. Birch and willow crowd the riverbanks. Reed beds stretch for miles along the estuary, dense with nesting birds. Red deer move through the open grassland between the tree cover, following paths that Wren's people have memorized across lifetimes. The camp itself is modest, a cluster of shelters, bent hazel poles covered with hides and bark, arranged around a central hearth. Drying racks for fish and meat, a midden heap of shells, fish bones, broken flint, and fire-cracked stone that has been accumulating for decades.
The camp is seasonal. Wren's people move between 3 or 4 sites in a yearly circuit, following the migrations of deer and fish and waterfowl, arriving at each site when its particular resources peak. This is not primitive. This is sophisticated. The logistics of seasonal movement across a landscape that floods unpredictably, with a group that includes children and elderly people and everything they own, require an intimate knowledge of terrain, weather, animal behavior, and water levels that takes a lifetime to acquire and cannot be written down. It lives in the heads of people like Wren. When Wren dies, his knowledge will survive only if he has successfully transmitted it to someone younger. Through years of walking the same paths, reading the same mud, watching the same sky. The camp's flint supply comes from nodules eroded out of chalk deposits along a river bluff half a day's walk to the northwest. Wren has been working this source since he was a boy.
The chalk here is soft, and the flint inside it is glassy, dark, and fine-grained, ideal for the microliths his people use. A microlith is a small, geometric flint blade, typically less than 3 centimeters long, shaped into a triangle or trapezoid or crescent, and then hafted with birch bark resin into a groove cut along a wooden or bone shaft. A single composite tool might contain a dozen microliths arranged in a row, creating a serrated cutting edge that can be repaired in the field by replacing individual blades. It is an elegant technology. It requires precision, patience, and an understanding of how flint fractures that borders on the intuitive. Wren can produce a usable microlith in under a minute. He can produce a beautiful one in 3. The difference matters to him in a way that is difficult to explain to anyone who has not spent 30 years striking stone.
There is a rightness to a well-made blade, a symmetry, a thinness, a clean fracture surface that catches light, that has nothing to do with function. A crude microlith cuts just as well as a refined one, but Wren makes refined ones anyway, because the making itself is a kind of language, a conversation with the stone, and the quality of the finished product is a statement about who he is and what he values. Archaeological sites across Doggerland and its surviving margins, Star Carr in North Yorkshire, Howick in Northumberland, the submerged landscapes off the coast of the Isle of Wight have yielded Mesolithic tool assemblages of remarkable sophistication.
At Star Carr, excavated by Graham Clark in 1949 to 1951 and revisited by a University of York team in the 2000s and 2010s, archaeologists recovered not only thousands of flint microliths, but also barbed bone and antler points, the earliest known evidence of carpentry in Europe in the form of a split timber platform, and 21 red deer skull frontlets, the front portions of deer skulls with antlers still attached, carefully shaped and perforated so they could be worn as headgear. Whether these were hunting disguises, ritual objects, or both remains debated, but their existence tells us that Mesolithic people in this region invested significant time and skill in the manufacture of objects whose function went beyond immediate survival. These were people with a symbolic world. Wren's camp is not Star Carr. Star Carr dates to roughly 9000 BCE, nearly 3,000 years before Wren's time, but the material culture is continuous.
The same traditions of flintworking, boneworking, and seasonal movement that appear at Star Kar persist across the Mesolithic of Northern Europe, adapting to local conditions and changing environments, but recognizably part of the same broad cultural system. Wren inherits a way of life that has been refined over millennia, and that way of life is ending. The spring flood this year was worse than last year's. Wren noticed it first in the midden. The shell heap at the edge of camp, the one that has been accumulating for longer than anyone alive can remember, was undercut by rising water in early spring, and a section of it collapsed into the river. Wren found mussel shells and fish vertebrae from her grandmother's time scattered across the mudflat downstream, things that should have stayed buried, things that should have remained where they were put. The midden is the camp's memory. Every layer records a season of occupation, what was eaten, what was discarded, what was burned.
The collapse of the midden is not just erosion, it is erasure. The record of who was here and what they did is washing downstream into the estuary, mixing with silt, disappearing into water. Wren does not think in these terms.
He does not conceptualize his midden as an archive, but he understands loss. He understands that the place where his mother cracked hazelnuts and his father split antler tines is now part of the river, and that the river is wider than it was when he was a boy, and that the reed beds are advancing into the birchwood, and that the birchwood is retreating uphill, and that there is not much hill left. The old people talk about places that are gone. A hunting ground 2 days' walk to the southeast that is now open water. A river crossing that used to be knee-deep and is now chest-deep. A sandbar in the estuary where seals hauled out every autumn, submerged now, visible only at the lowest tides. These are not legends. These are the memories of living people describing changes they witnessed with their own eyes. Wren has his own list of lost places.
A flint source on a bluff above a creek that flooded permanently 3 winters ago. A nut grove on a south-facing slope that is now too waterlogged for hazel to grow. A campsite on the coast as it was when he was 12, that is now a quarter-mile offshore, visible only as a dark stain of charcoal and bone in the shallows at low tide. Each loss is small. Each loss is survivable, but they accumulate, and they only go in one direction. The question that Wren cannot answer, the question that nobody in his world can answer, is whether the land will stabilize, whether there is a point at which the water stops rising and a new equilibrium is reached, and the remaining land is enough to support his people's way of life. We know the answer. They did not. The water did not stop. Between roughly 8,000 and 6,000 BCE, global sea levels rose approximately 20 meters, an average of about a meter per century, though the rate varied. In some periods, the rise was imperceptible. In others, particularly during episodes of rapid ice sheet collapse, it accelerated dramatically. The Mesolithic inhabitants of Doggerland experienced this not as a graph, but as a lived reality. Some decades, the coast barely moved, lulling people into the belief that the worst was over. Other decades, the sea advanced visibly, swallowing familiar landmarks in a single season. Wren is living in one of the acceleration periods. The Laurentide ice sheet in North America is in its final stages of collapse, releasing enormous volumes of meltwater into the global ocean. The effect is felt everywhere, but in the shallow, flat terrain of Doggerland, it is felt acutely. A 1-meter rise in sea level on a gently sloping coast can translate to several kilometers of horizontal land loss. Wren's world is not just getting wetter. It is getting physically smaller. He has a decision to make. The western hills, the chalk uplands that will become eastern England, are higher, drier, and increasingly attractive. Other groups are already moving there. The competition for resources in the uplands is intensifying as lowland communities are pushed out of their traditional territories by rising water. Wren has heard through the network of contacts that Mesolithic hunter-gatherers maintained through seasonal gatherings and marriage exchanges that some Western groups are becoming hostile to newcomers. Flint sources are being guarded, hunting grounds are being defended. The eastern option is different. The continental marshes, the future Netherlands, the future North German coast, are low and wet but vast. There is room. The resources are different. More waterfowl, more fish, fewer deer. A life lived in the eastern marshes would require different skills, different tools, different patterns of movement. It would require becoming a different kind of people. Or there's a third option. Stay. Adapt to the shrinking land.
Move the camp uphill as the water rises. Fish where you used to hunt. Dig where you used to walk. Accept that the world your grandparents knew is gone, and that the world your grandchildren will know will be different again, and that the only constant is change, and that the land does not owe you its loyalty. Wren chooses to stay, for now. This is not stubbornness, it is rational. The land he knows, even the diminished, waterlogged, retreating version of it, is the land he understands. He knows where the flint is. He knows where the fish run. He knows the paths through the reed beds and the safe crossings at the river and the lee slopes where the wind drops and the fire will hold its heat through a winter night. This knowledge is his wealth. It is the only wealth he has. To abandon it is to become poor in the most fundamental sense, a person who does not know where he is.
So he adapts. He teaches his children to read a landscape that is changing faster than the teaching can keep up. He shows his eldest son the flint source on the river bluff and watches the boy's face when he realizes that the bluff is smaller than the stories said it would be, that the chalk has crumbled, that the best nodules are now underwater, that what remains is adequate but not what it was. The boy asks the question Wren has been dreading. Where did the rest of it go? The water took it. Where does the water come from? Wren does not know. Nobody knows. The water comes from everywhere and nowhere.
It rises in winter and recedes in summer, but each summer it recedes a little less, and each winter it reaches a little farther, and the net direction is always the same. The water comes, and it does not leave. Wren has a story his mother told him, and her mother told her. In the beginning, the land was high and dry and cold, and the great ice lived in the north, and the animals were enormous, and the people walked wherever they wanted because there was no sea to stop them. Then the ice began to die. The ice melted, and the meltwater flowed south, and the low places filled, and the rivers became lakes, and the lakes became seas, and the people moved to higher ground. And the ice kept dying, and the water kept rising.
And someday, the story did not say when, the water would cover everything, and the people would have to learn to live on the water itself, or find land so high that the water could never reach it. This is not myth. This is memory. Mesolithic oral traditions, by their nature, have not survived. But geologists and archaeologists have noted that Aboriginal Australian oral traditions preserve accurate descriptions of coastal geography that was inundated at the end of the last ice age, over 7,000 years ago. The linguist Patrick Nunn and the linguist Nick Reed published research in 2015 identifying Aboriginal stories from multiple locations around the Australian coast that described landscapes now underwater, with details consistent with sea level data.
If oral traditions in Australia could preserve memories of post-glacial sea level rise across 7 millennia, it is not unreasonable to suggest that Mesolithic European communities maintained similar traditions.
Wren's story about the dying ice and the rising water may be the echo of something real, a cultural memory of the transformation of Europe's geography after the last glacial maximum, transmitted from parent to child across hundreds of generations. But memory does not stop the water. Wren's second winter in the adapted camp is harder than the first. The autumn deer migration shifted its route. The animals are moving through higher ground now, avoiding the waterlogged lowlands where they used to graze. Wren's hunting party has to travel farther, stay out longer, compete with groups from the west who are hunting the same diminished herd. They come back with less meat and more tension. The fishing is still good. The estuary, as it expands, is becoming more productive, more surface area, more tidal flow, more nutrient exchange between fresh and salt water. Wren's people are eating more fish and fewer deer, more shellfish and fewer hazelnuts. The diet is shifting.
The toolkit is shifting with it. Wren is making fewer microlith-tipped arrows and more bone fish hooks.
Fewer hide-scraping tools and more net weights. River cobbles notched at both ends so they can be tied to the bottom edge of a woven fiber net. The old skills are not disappearing, they are becoming less central. A young woman in the camp, Wren's niece, is the best fisherwoman in the group. She can read the tidal currents in the estuary the way Wren reads flint fractures, intuitively, unconsciously, with a precision that comes from years of observation and practice. She knows where the fish congregate at each stage of the tide. She knows which bait works for which species in which season. She knows how to mend a net in the dark by feel alone. She is the future. Wren is the past. He knows this. He does not resent it. The land tells you what it needs, and what the land needs now is people who understand water, not people who understand stone. But Wren still works his flint.
In the evenings, when the camp settles and the fire burns down to coals, he sits by the hearth and strikes blades from a nodule he carried back from the diminished bluff. The sound, a sharp, clean crack, like a knuckle popping, is the oldest sound in his world. It is the sound his father made, and his grandfather made, and every ancestor he can imagine or invent made, going back to the time when the ice was alive, and the land was high, and the people walked wherever they wanted. The blades he makes are small and precise and unnecessary. Nobody needs them. The camp has enough microliths. The fishing gear needs bone and fiber, not flint. But Wren makes them anyway, because the making is the thing. The conversation with the stone, the statement about who he is. He leaves the finished blades in a small pile by the hearth.
By morning they will be scattered by children's feet, or swept into the midden, or picked up by someone who notices their quality and decides to keep one. It does not matter. The making was the point. Years pass. Wren ages. The camp moves 3 times, each time uphill, each time to a spot that was forest a decade ago and is now the highest dry ground available. The estuary widens, the river mouth shifts, islands appear where hills used to be, knobs of higher ground surrounded by marsh and tidal flat, connected to each other by paths that are passable only at low tide. Wren's people are becoming islanders. The transformation is so gradual that no single day marks the boundary between land dweller and island dweller, between walking and paddling, between a world defined by solid ground and a world defined by the water around it. But the transformation is real. The children are growing up with different instincts than Wren had. They think in terms of tides, not trails. They measure distance by paddle strokes, not footsteps. They fear the spring flood the way Wren's generation feared the winter cold. The old paths are gone. The path to the flint source is underwater. The path to the autumn deer ground runs through marsh that is chest deep at high tide. The path to the neighboring camp to the east, the group that Wren's sister married into, the group that has always been their closest ally, is now a water crossing that requires a hide boat and calm weather. Communication is harder. Trade is harder. Marriage exchange is harder. The social network that held Mesolithic Doggerland together, the web of kinship and obligation and seasonal gathering that connected groups across the lowland, is fraying as the landscape that supported it dissolves. Each group is becoming more isolated. Each island is becoming more self-sufficient, not by choice, but by necessity.
Wren's niece, the fisherwoman, has taken a partner from the Western group, a man who arrived by boat during a summer gathering and stayed. He brings knowledge of the chalk uplands, of the flint mines and the deer herds, and the drier, higher, more stable world to the west. He talks about land that does not flood, land that stays where you put it, land that your grandchildren will walk on the same way you walk on it. The pull is obvious. Wren feels it himself. The western hills are visible from camp on clear days, a pale line above the gray water, solid and unmoving, while everything around it shifts and flows and sinks. But Wren stays. He stays because the estuary is still productive, because the fish still run, because the reed beds still shelter waterfowl in numbers that darken the sky at dawn.
Because the land, what remains of it, is still his land, and he still knows it better than he knows anything else. And the knowledge is still worth something, even if the land it describes is shrinking. He stays because leaving would mean admitting that the story is over, that the world his mother described, the high, dry land, the great herds, the walks that went on forever, is not coming back, that the water has won. And then the wave comes. We call it the Storegga Slide. Around 6200 BCE, give or take a century, an enormous section of the continental shelf off the coast of Norway collapsed. The landslide was massive. An estimated 3,500 cubic kilometers of sediment slid downslope into the deep Norwegian Sea. The displacement of water generated a tsunami that radiated outward across the North Sea basin. The evidence is in the sediment.
Geologists have identified Storegga tsunami deposits, layers of sand containing marine microfossils transported far inland by wave action at sites along the coasts of Scotland, Norway, the Faroe Islands, and the Shetland Islands. At some Scottish sites, the deposits indicate wave run-up heights of 20 meters or more. In the shallow, low-lying terrain of what remained of Doggerland by 6200 BCE, the wave would not have needed to be 20 meters high to be catastrophic. Even a wave of 3 to 5 meters arriving across a flat landscape with no high ground within reach would have been unsurvivable for any community in its path. The research on the Storegga tsunami's impact on Doggerland is ongoing.
Bernhard Wenninger and colleagues at the University of Cologne published a 2008 study arguing that the combination of the Storegga tsunami, the 8.2 kilo-year climate event, a sudden cold snap caused by the drainage of glacial Lake Agassiz in North America, and continued sea level rise effectively ended human habitation of the remaining Doggerland landmass within a few generations of 6200 BCE. The surviving population would have been dispersed west to Britain, east to the continent, and the cultural traditions that had developed over thousands of years on the lowland would have been absorbed into the traditions of the communities that took them in. Doggerland did not fall. It was not conquered. It was not abandoned. It was subtracted from the world, piece by piece, until the last piece went under and the North Sea closed over it like a mouth closing over a word. Wren does not survive the wave. I am not going to pretend he does. The archaeology does not support a heroic escape narrative. The communities that remained on the lowest, most vulnerable remnants of Doggerland in the decades around 6200 BCE were living on borrowed time and borrowed land, and when the wave came, there was nowhere to run that was not also underwater within hours. But here is what I want you to hold. Wren's flint blades, the ones he made by the hearth in the evening, the ones nobody needed, the ones he made because the making was the point, some of them survived. Not the ones from his camp specifically. Those are under 40 meters of North Sea water and sediment, and we may never find them. But blades exactly like them, made by people exactly like him, using techniques exactly like his, have been pulled from the seabed by fishing trawlers and research dredges and archaeological coring projects for the past century. They sit in museum drawers in London and Amsterdam and Copenhagen. Small, dark, sharp-edged triangles of flint, each one the record of a single moment when a human hand struck stone with intent and skill and something that can only be called care.
They are not labeled with names. They are not associated with individuals. They are cataloged by location and depth and typology, Mesolithic, geometric microlith, North Sea context, and filed away. But each one was made by someone. Each one was the product of a tradition passed from hand to hand across hundreds of generations. Each one was a conversation between a person and a stone, conducted in a language that required no words and left no written record and survived only in the object itself. The clean fracture, the precise geometry, the thinness that says someone cared about doing this well. The land is gone, the camps are gone, the paths and the rivers and the deer trails and the nut groves and the middens and the hearths are all gone, drowned under gray water that remembers nothing. But the blades are here. You can hold them. You can turn them in your hand and feel the edge that someone made 8,000 years ago on a piece of land that no longer exists in a country that has no name for a reason that had nothing to do with survival and everything to do with being human. Wren pressed flint against flint. The blade fell clean. The water took everything else. It could not take that. Sometimes I wonder what Doggerland sounded like. Not the language, that is gone beyond recovery, but the ambient sound, the wind through reed beds that stretched for miles, the call of species of water bird that may have used those specific wetlands as a primary habitat and nested nowhere else in such density. The slap of water against the hull of a hide boat, the crack of flint, the low murmur of people around a fire, telling stories about places that used to be there.
It was here.
You cannot excavate sound. You cannot pull it from a sediment core.
But you can reconstruct the ecology, and from the ecology, you can infer the soundscape. And from the soundscape, you can begin to imagine what it was like to be alive in that place at that time. To stand on a ridge above a river estuary in what is now the middle of the North Sea and hear a world that was complete and functional and full of life and doomed. The birds would have been extraordinary. The wetlands of Doggerland in their final millennia constituted one of the largest and most productive estuarian environments in northern Europe. The combination of freshwater rivers, tidal mudflats, shallow coastal lagoons, and extensive reed beds would have supported populations of wading birds, diving birds, and waterfowl in numbers that are difficult to visualize from the perspective of modern, drained, farmed northern Europe. Cranes, herons, bitterns, geese in migration flocks that would have taken minutes to pass overhead.
The sound, in spring and autumn, would have been deafening. Wren knew every call. He knew which bird arrived first in spring and which left last in autumn, and what each arrival and departure meant for the calendar of the camp's year. The first crane meant the fish would run in 2 weeks.
The last goose meant the first frost was 3 days away. These were not superstitions, they were observations, accumulated over generations, verified by experience, encoded in memory, and transmitted by example. All of that is gone. The birds still migrate across the North Sea, but they fly over open water now. They do not stop. There is nothing to stop for. The reed beds are 60 meters down. The mudflats are buried under marine sediment. The estuaries have been replaced by a featureless gray expanse that fishing boats cross in hours, and that Wren's people, if they could see it, would not recognize as the place they lived.
Doggerland is the oldest cautionary tale about the impermanence of land. We think of continents as stable. We think of coastlines as fixed. We build cities on the assumption that the ground beneath them will remain ground. Doggerland reminds us that this assumption is a bet and that the odds change when the ice melts. The ice is melting again. Not the same ice. The Laurentide and Fennoscandian ice sheets are long gone, but the Greenland ice sheet and the West Antarctic ice sheet are losing mass at rates that glaciologists describe as concerning, and the global sea level is rising at approximately 3.6 millimeters per year as of the 2020s, faster than the 20th century average and accelerating. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change projects that by 2100, depending on the emissions scenario, global sea levels could rise by half a meter to over a meter. Some projections accounting for possible ice sheet instabilities suggest even higher figures. These numbers sound abstract. They sound manageable. They sound like a problem for engineers and policymakers and future generations. But Wren would have heard similar reassurances if he could have understood them. A few millimeters a year, a few centimeters a decade. Nothing dramatic, nothing you would notice in a single lifetime. Except he did notice. He noticed the creek that no longer dried up, the midden that collapsed, the flint source that drowned, the path that became a waterway, the hill that became an island, the island that became a memory. Millimeters add up. They added up 8,000 years ago in the North Sea Basin, and they are adding up now along the coasts of Bangladesh, the Marshall Islands, South Florida, the Netherlands, and every other low-lying landscape where human beings have built their lives on the assumption that the ground will stay. Doggerland is not a distant curiosity from deep prehistory. Doggerland is a preview.
The last thing I want to tell you about Wren is this. In his final years, the years before the wave, he taught his youngest daughter to knap flint. She was 9. She was left-handed, which made the teaching harder because Wren had to mirror his movements and rethink his angles and unlearn habits that 30 years of right-handed napping had made automatic. He did it anyway. He sat with her by the hearth evening after evening and guided her hands on the hammerstone and showed her how to read the grain of the flint and how to feel the moment just before the fracture when the stone tells you where it wants to break. She was not good at it, not yet. She was 9, but she was patient and she listened and she kept the blades she made, even the bad ones, the ones with hinge fractures and uneven edges and clumsy platforms, in a small leather pouch tied to her belt.
When the wave came, the pouch was on her belt. When the water took the camp and the hearth and the midden and the ridge and everything Wren had ever known or made or loved, the pouch was with her. I do not know if she survived. The archaeology cannot tell me that. The water is opaque and the sediment is deep, and the individual lives of Mesolithic hunter-gatherers are, for the most part, irrecoverable. But I know this. If she survived, she carried the knowledge west, to the chalk hills, to the dry land, to the world that was coming next. And if she did not survive, the knowledge still survived, in other hands, in other camps, in other children who learned the same craft from other teachers who carried the same tradition. Because that is what Doggerland left. Not monuments, not texts, not cities, a way of working stone that persisted across northern Europe for millennia after the land it was developed on ceased to exist. A technique refined on ground that is now the bottom of the sea, taught to children who grew up to teach it to their children, who grew up to teach it to theirs, in an unbroken chain of hands and hammerstones and sharp-edged blades that stretches from the drowned lowland to the living world. The country is gone, the knowledge is here. Wren pressed flint against flint. His daughter watched. The blade fell clean. Somewhere under the North Sea, beneath 40 meters of water and 8,000 years of sediment, there is a hearth, and around it, scattered by the current and buried by mud and lost to every technology we currently possess, there are flint blades made by a man whose name we will never know, for reasons we can only guess, on an evening in a country that no longer exists.
They are still sharp. They will always be sharp. That is the story of Doggerland. Not a story of a civilization that fell, a story of a world that sank, slowly, patiently, indifferently, beneath the accumulated weight of meltwater from ice sheets that had been dying for 10,000 years. The people who lived there did not fail. They did not make mistakes. They did not anger their gods or overextend their empire or lose a decisive battle. They simply lived on land that the planet had decided to reclaim. And they adapted until adaptation was no longer possible. And then the water took them. And their blades are still in the mud, waiting. If you are standing on a beach in Norfolk or Lincolnshire or the Netherlands, and you look out at the gray North Sea, and you feel something, a pull, a weight, a sense that the water is hiding something, trust that feeling. It is a country, a people, a life, right there, just under the surface.
65,000 years. Say that number slowly. Let it sit in your mind for a moment, because your brain is not built to hold it. No human brain is. We evolved to understand seasons, generations, maybe a few centuries if we push it. But 65,000 years is not a number your intuition can grasp. It is a chasm. 65,000 years ago, Homo sapiens had barely left Africa. Europe was empty of modern humans. The Neanderthals was still the dominant hominins from the Atlantic coast to the Altai Mountains. The Americas were uninhabited. The ice sheets were still building toward their maximum. The world was a different planet. And on the northern edge of a continent that would not be called Australia for another 64,970 years, someone walked into a sandstone rock shelter, sat down, and started making tools. They ground the edge of an axe against stone until it was sharp. They crushed ochre and mixed it into pigment. They lit a fire. They stayed. And somebody, generation after generation after generation after generation, kept coming back for 65,000 years. This is the story of MADJEDBEBE, a rock shelter in the sandstone escarpments of what is now Arnhem Land in Australia's Northern Territory. It is not a palace, not a pyramid, not a monument. It is a shallow overhang and a cliff face, maybe 15 meters wide, open to the wind, with a floor of sandy sediment that built up centimeter by centimeter over millennia, so deep that the bottom layers predate every other known site of human habitation on the Australian continent. And it did not just push back the date of Australian settlement, it broke the clock. It forced archaeologists to redraw the map of human migration out of Africa. It challenged the assumption that technological complexity requires dense populations, writing, agriculture, cities. Because the people who lived at MADJEDBEBE 65,000 years ago were not doing simple things. They were doing things that in other parts of the world would not appear for tens of thousands of years. This is the story of those people, and I am going to tell it through the eyes of one of them. His name, the name I am giving him because no oral tradition survives that far and no writing existed, is Kale. He is a tool maker. He lives at MADJEDBEBE during a period of climatic stress, when the monsoon patterns are shifting and the landscape is changing around him. He does not know he is making history. He does not know that the axe he is grinding will sit in the earth for 65 millennia until a team of archaeologists pulls it out and stares at it in disbelief. He just knows the edge needs to be sharp. The pigment needs to be ground.
The fire needs to last the night. Let us go back. The escarpment rises from the lowland floodplain like a wall. If you've never seen the Arnhem Land Plateau, it is hard to convey the scale. Sandstone, ancient, Proterozoic, more than 1 billion years old, eroded into towers, overhangs, gorges and shelves. During the wet season, waterfalls pour over the edges. During the dry, the rock bakes pale gold under a sky so wide it swallows you. MADJEDBEBE sits at the base of this escarpment, near what is now the Jabiluka mineral lease, inside the traditional country of the Mara people. The shelter faces northwest. It catches the afternoon shade. The floor is deep sand, 3 meters of it, layered with ash, stone flakes, ochre, ground seeds, and the residue of 65,000 years of human presence. Kale's world, 65,000 years ago, looks nothing like modern Arnhem Land. The sea level is lower, much lower. The coastline is hundreds of kilometers to the north.
What is now the Arafura Sea is dry land, a broad savanna plain connecting Australia to New Guinea in a single landmass geologists call Sahul. The climate is cooler, but not cold. The monsoon is active, dumping rain seasonally. The escarpment is a reliable water source, with springs seeping from the rock and pools collecting in the gorges below. The vegetation is a mosaic, open woodland on the plains, monsoon vine forest in the sheltered gorges, pandanus and paperbark along the creeks. Megafauna still roam. Diprotodon, the largest marsupial ever, 2.5 tons of it. Thylacoleo, the marsupial lion, giant flightless birds, enormous monitor lizards. The ecology is rich, complex, and unlike anything anywhere else on Earth. Kale is part of a small group, maybe 15, 20 people. They are mobile. They do not live at MADJEDBEBE permanently. They move through the landscape on a seasonal round, following water, following food, following the rhythms of a world they understand intimately. But MADJEDBEBE is a node, a place they return to, a shelter during storms, a workshop, a gathering point, a place where pigment is ground and ceremony is conducted and tools are made and stories are told. And I need to stop here and talk about those tools, because they are the reason the world sat up and paid attention. In 2017, a team led by archaeologist Chris Clarkson of the University of Queensland published a landmark paper in the journal Nature. The paper reported the results of new excavations at MADJEDBEBE, previously known as Malakunanja II, using optically stimulated luminescence dating on sediment samples from the deepest cultural layers. The dates came back at 65,000 years before present, with some artifacts potentially reaching back as far as 80,000 years. This was not a marginal extension.
The previous consensus for the earliest human arrival in Australia was around 47,000 to 50,000 years. Clarkson's team pushed it back by at least 15,000 years. The paper documented more than 11,000 artifacts from the oldest layers alone. These included edge-ground hatchet heads, the oldest ground-edge axes found anywhere in the world. They included grinding stones with traces of seed processing. They included lumps of ochre and reflective mica that had been ground into pigment. They included stone points worked with a sophistication that suggested established, transmitted technological traditions. This was not a campsite of people barely surviving. This was a workshop of people who had been innovating for a long time before they even arrived. Kale does not know any of this language. He does not think in terms of technological traditions or behavioral modernity or the out-of-Africa dispersal. He thinks in terms of the stone in front of him. The hatchet is a piece of local sandstone, carefully selected for its grain.
He has been working it for 2 days. The first day, he roughed the shape with direct percussion, striking flakes off with a hammerstone to get the basic form, a teardrop, flat on one side, convex on the other, with a cutting edge at the wide end. The second day, he began the grinding. This is the part that takes patience. He holds the axe head against a flat slab of sandstone, a grinding stone worn into a shallow groove by years of use, and pushes it back and forth, with the weight of his shoulders behind it. The grit of the sandstone abrades the edge, smoothing it, thinning it, sharpening it into something that will bite into wood cleanly instead of crushing it. Grinding a stone edge is not obvious. If you have never done it, you might assume that any sharp edge on a rock is the same as any other. It is not.
A flaked edge, made by striking flakes off, is irregular, serrated at a micro level, prone to chipping. It works well for cutting through meat and hide, but for chopping wood, for felling a small tree, for shaping a pole, for hollowing out a vessel, a ground edge is vastly superior. It is smoother, more durable, less likely to bind in the cut. It is the difference between a serrated bread knife and a finely honed felling axe. And Kale is making this tool 65,000 years ago. In Europe, ground-edge tools do not appear until the Neolithic, roughly 10,000 years ago. Kale's people are 55,000 years ahead of Europe on this one technology. Let that number land. He does not grind the edge for the pleasure of innovation. He grinds it because the landscape demands it.
The escarpment woodland is dense with trees that have hard, fibrous bark, eucalypts, paperbarks, acacias. To process these trees, to cut footholds for climbing, to chop branches for shelter frames, to strip bark for containers, to access the grubs and honey inside trunks, you need an edge that does not shatter on the third stroke. The ground edge axe is a solution to a specific ecological problem. It is Australian, it is local, it is brilliant. Kale finishes the grinding as the sun drops toward the escarpment rim. He tests the edge with his thumb. It catches the skin cleanly. Good. He sets the hatchet head aside. Tomorrow, he will haft it, lash it to a wooden handle with fiber cord and plant resin. Tonight, there is other work. His cousin, I will call her Murray, is grinding ochre. She has a flat stone in her lap, stained deep red from years of use, and she is crushing a lump of iron oxide-rich rock against it with a smooth river cobble. The powder collects in the hollow of the grinding stone, fine as flour, vivid as blood. She adds a few drops of water from a bark container, mixes it with her fingers. The paste thickens into something that can be applied to skin, to rock, to anything that needs marking. Ochre use at MADJEDBEBE goes back to the oldest layers. 65,000 years ago, people here were processing pigment, not just red ochre. They were also grinding reflective minerals, including mica, which produces a glittering, light-catching surface. Think about that for a moment. Reflective pigment, 65,000 years ago. This is not food. This is not shelter. This is not survival in the immediate caloric sense.
This is symbolic behavior, the use of materials to create visual effect, to communicate identity, to mark the body or objects or places with meaning that goes beyond the functional. In the debate about what defines behavioral modernity, the suite of cognitive capacities that makes Homo sapiens different from every other hominin, symbolic behavior is the key indicator. The ability to use symbols, to invest objects and actions with meaning that is shared and transmitted culturally, is considered the hallmark of the modern human mind. And the people at MADJEDBEBE were doing it from the very beginning of their time on this continent.
Mari's ochre is not decoration in the way we might trivially understand it. It is serious. The grinding of pigment is labour. The selection of specific colours and minerals, red, yellow, white, glittering mica, is deliberate.
The contexts in which the pigment is used are culturally determined, passed down, embedded in a system of knowledge that connects the physical world to a system of meaning. You do not grind reflective pigment on a stone slab in a rock shelter because you are bored. You do it because it matters, because the ceremony requires it, because the body must be marked before the dance, because the shelter wall must be painted, because the dead must be honored. We do not know the specific ceremonies of people 65,000 years ago. No oral tradition reaches that far in recoverable detail. But the material evidence, the ochre, the mica, the grinding stones, the sheer quantity of pigment in the oldest layers, tells us unambiguously that symbolic life was present from the start. Kale watches Mari work. The firelight catches the mica dust on her hands, and for a moment her fingers glitter. He has seen this his entire life. It is not remarkable to him. It is as ordinary as breathing. But I want to hold this image. Firelight, glittering hands, a rock shelter, 65,000 years ago.
Because this image, this exact image, is one of the oldest pictures we can reconstruct of human symbolic life on this continent. And it is not primitive. It is not simple. It is a person engaged in the same fundamental human act that would later produce cave paintings, temple frescoes, illuminated manuscripts, and cathedral windows. The medium changes, the impulse does not. Night falls over the escarpment. The fire is the center of everything. Kayil feeds it with strips of paper bark. It flares bright, then settles to coals. The smoke rises straight up in the still air, hits the underside of the rock overhang, and spreads out across the ceiling. Over thousands of years, this smoke will stain the rock black, and that soot layer will become one of the stratigraphic markers archaeologists use to date the occupation. Around the fire, the group is small, 3 family units maybe, children asleep on bark mats, 2 older men repairing a fishing net made of twisted fiber.
Mary, still grinding ochre. A woman Kale's mother's age, chewing the end of a stick to soften it, a tool for extracting insects from bark crevices. The conversation, and there is conversation because these are anatomically modern humans with the same vocal apparatus and the same neurological capacity for language as any person alive today. The conversation is quiet, intermittent, the way firelight conversations tend to be. Someone mentions the water hole to the east. It is getting low. The wet season is late this year. This is not a throwaway detail. The timing of the monsoon is everything. In Arnhem Land, the annual cycle divides into a long dry and a torrential wet. The wet fills the rivers, floods the plains, drives fish into the shallows, triggers plant growth. The dry bakes the land, concentrates animals around remaining water, exposes tubers and root foods.
Every aspect of life, where you camp, what you eat, where you travel, when you gather, when you burn the grass, is calibrated to this cycle. And 65,000 years ago, this cycle is not fixed. The Earth's climate is shifting. Ice ages come and go. Sea levels drop hundreds of meters, exposing vast continental shelves. The monsoon weakens, strengthens, shifts its latitude. The landscape Kale knows is not the landscape his great-grandparents knew, and it is not the landscape his great-grandchildren will know. Adaptability is the word, but it is too clean a word. What the archaeological record at MADJEDBEBE actually shows is something more specific. These people changed their toolkit, their diet, their settlement patterns, and their resource strategies over and over again across tens of thousands of years in response to environmental conditions that were constantly in flux. They did not do this once.
They did it continuously. When the sea level dropped and the coast receded northward, exposing hundreds of kilometers of new land, they adjusted. When the megafauna disappeared, and most of Australia's megafauna was gone by roughly 40,000 years ago, with complex and debated causes including climate change and human hunting pressure, they adjusted. When the last glacial maximum hit, around 26,000 to 19,000 years ago, and the continent became colder, drier, and more arid than at any point in its human history, they adjusted. When the sea rose again at the end of the Ice Age and swallowed the coastal plains, pushing populations inland, they adjusted. The sediment at MADJEDBEBE records all of this. 3 meters of sand and ash and artifact, and the toolkit changes as you move through it. Different stone types, different flaking techniques, different food residues. The site is not a frozen snapshot, it is a film. A 65,000-year film of human ingenuity under pressure. Kyle, in his moment, does not see the film. He sees tonight, tomorrow. The next season, he knows the landscape will change because his elders have told him stories about change. Stories about floods, about droughts, about animals that are no longer here, about places that are now underwater. These stories are not written down. They are carried in memory, in song, in the structure of ceremony. And some of them, this is not speculation, this is documented. Some of the oral traditions of Aboriginal Australians contain verifiable information about events that happened thousands of years ago. Linguist Nicholas Reed and geographer Patrick Nunn published a 2015 paper documenting Aboriginal oral traditions from multiple coastal communities across Australia that accurately describe post-glacial sea level rise, the flooding of coastal lands that occurred between roughly 12,000 and 7,000 years ago. These stories, passed down orally through hundreds of generations, describe specific bays, inlets, and islands that were once dry land, and the descriptions match the known geological and bathymetric record. Reed and Nunn argued that these represent oral traditions with a fidelity of transmission spanning at least 7,000 years, making them among the oldest accurately maintained oral histories in the world. If this is correct, the Aboriginal Australian tradition of knowledge transmission is not merely cultural, it is a technology, a memory technology of extraordinary precision and durability. Kale's elders carry this kind of knowledge. They know things about this landscape that no outsider could learn in a single lifetime. They know which waterholes are permanent and which are seasonal. They know which tubers are toxic until processed and how to process them. They know which trees signal the arrival of certain fish runs, which bird calls indicate the presence of honey, which winds precede the storms. This is not instinct. This is accumulated, transmitted, tested, refined knowledge, an intellectual tradition as rigorous in its own way as any academic discipline. And none of it is written down. All of it is held in human minds, transmitted through human voices, reinforced through human ceremony. For 65,000 years. Morning. Kale rises before the sun clears the escarpment. The light comes in stages. First a gray softening of the dark, then a pink flush on the sandstone above, then a sudden blaze of gold as the sun crests the rim. The shelter faces the right direction for morning shade. The sand is cool under his feet. He picks up the hatchet head he ground yesterday. Today, the hafting. He has already selected a handle, a straight branch of a hard, dense wood, about the length of his forearm, trimmed and shaped with a stone flake. At one end, he has split the wood slightly, creating a slot.
He fits the hatchet head into the slot, narrow end first, wedging it tight. Then he wraps the junction with wet sinew, animal tendon, tough and elastic. Over this, he applies a lump of Spinifex resin, a natural adhesive made from the seed pods of Spinifex grass, heated and molded into a workable putty. The resin hardens as it cools, binding the sinew, sealing the joint, locking the head to the handle. This is a composite tool: stone, wood, sinew, resin, 4 different materials, each processed separately, each contributing a specific property to the finished implement. The stone provides the cutting edge, the wood provides leverage and reach, the sinew provides tensile strength, the resin provides adhesion and waterproofing. This is not a rock picked up and swung at a tree. This is engineering, and the resin deserves its own moment.
Spinifex resin is one of the earliest adhesives in the human archaeological record anywhere in the world. Producing it requires collecting the right plant material, heating it in a controlled way, too much heat and it burns, too little and it does not melt, shaping it while hot, and applying it before it sets. This is a multi-step process that requires planning, material knowledge, and fine motor control. It is, by any reasonable definition, a technology. Kale swings the finished hatchet a few times, testing the balance. The head does not wobble. The resin is set. He walks to a paperbark tree at the edge of the shelter clearing and chops. The edge bites clean. 3 strokes and a slab of bark peels away, exposing the white inner layers. He peels a sheet off. It comes away in a single flexible piece, light and waterproof. This is container material, wrapping material, fuel. The paperbark tree is a hardware store. He chops higher.
There's a dark stain on the trunk, a sign of a sugar bag nest. Native bees, stingless, their honey stored in small wax pots inside a cavity in the wood. He chops around the cavity carefully, opens it, reaches in, his hand comes out dripping. The honey is thin, tangy, less sweet than European bee honey, but calorie-dense and rich in antimicrobial compounds. He eats some, saves the rest in a folded bark container. This is breakfast, not agriculture, not pastoralism, something different, a deep, specific practice knowledge of a particular landscape's resources, accessed through a toolkit designed for exactly these resources, honed over a timescale that dwarfs the entire history of farming. Later in the morning, Kale and 2 others, a man about his age and an older woman, walked down from the escarpment to the floodplain below. The plain is green, still holding moisture from the last wet season, but it is drying. The grasses are tall and golden at the tips.
The paperbarks along the creek are thick with birds. They're going to a stand of native grasses, probably something ancestral to the species Risa rufipogon, a wild rice relative, or perhaps panicum species. The older woman knows the stand. She has been harvesting it since she was young. Her mother harvested it, her grandmother. The stand is maintained, not in the way a farmer maintains a field with plowing and planting and irrigation, but in the subtler way: fire stick farming. The term was coined by archaeologist Rhys Jones in 1969, and it describes the systematic use of landscape burning by Aboriginal Australians to manage vegetation, promote new growth, attract game, maintain travel corridors, and increase the productivity of food plants. It is not farming in the Neolithic sense, but it is not wild foraging either.
It is something in between, a deliberate, sustained, knowledge-intensive management of an entire landscape using fire as the primary tool. The older woman reads the grass. Some of it is ready. The seeds are full and dry, clinging to the stems. She pulls the stalks through her fingers, stripping the seeds into a bark dish. Kael does the same. It is slow work, meditative, but productive. In an hour, they have enough to fill 2 containers. Back at the shelter, the seeds are ground. This is where the grinding stones come in, the same type of artifact found in the deepest layers at MADJEDBEBE, dated to 65,000 years ago. A flat base stone, a handheld top stone, and the seeds between them. Grind, push, grind. The seeds break down into a coarse flour. Add water, knead, place on hot coals or a heated flat stone. Wait. What comes off the stone is a flatbread, not light and airy, dense, gritty, nutty, but real. Bread.
Made from wild grass seeds, ground on stone tools, cooked on fire 65,000 years ago. The oldest evidence of seed grinding anywhere in the world. In Europe and the Near East, seed grinding does not appear in the archaeological record until roughly 30,000 years ago at the earliest, with most evidence clustering around 23,000 to 15,000 years ago. At MADJEDBEBE, it appears at 65,000. This is not a marginal difference. This is a different story of human capability. And yet, here is the thing that makes this story different from every other ancient civilization story I have told. The people at MADJEDBEBE never transitioned to agriculture. They ground seeds for 65,000 years and never became farmers. They never domesticated the grasses. They never built granaries or irrigation channels. They never developed the surplus and hierarchy cycle that in the Fertile Crescent and the Yellow River Valley and Mesoamerica led to villages, towns, cities, states, empires. Why?
This is one of the most debated questions in Australian archaeology, and the answer is not that they could not. The answer, and this is where the story gets genuinely important for how we think about human history, the answer is that they chose not to. Or more precisely, their system worked. It worked so well for so long across such a vast range of environments that the incentive to switch to agriculture, which, remember, brings with it back-breaking labor, nutritional narrowing, disease, social stratification, and environmental degradation, was simply not there. The Aboriginal Australian economic system was not a failed attempt at agriculture. It was a successful alternative to agriculture. It was a way of living that sustained human populations on the driest inhabited continent on Earth for 65,000 years without depleting the resource base.
No agricultural civilization on Earth has lasted more than a few thousand years without major collapse or transformation. The Aboriginal system lasted 65,000. That is not a failure. That is the most successful economic system in human history, measured by the only metric that ultimately matters: duration. Cale does not frame it this way. He does not know what agriculture is. He has no concept of an alternative system. He simply lives within a system that works, a system of knowledge, movement, fire, tool use, ceremony, and social obligation that keeps his people fed, sheltered, connected, and meaningful in a landscape they know more intimately than any other people will ever know any other landscape. But I want to hold this point because it matters. For most of the history of Western archaeology, the absence of agriculture in Australia was treated as evidence of primitiveness, a failure to develop, a lag in the march of progress. This attitude was not subtle.
It was used to justify colonization, dispossession, and genocide. The logic was circular and brutal. These people did not farm, therefore they were not civilized, therefore they had no real claim to the land, therefore it was terra nullius, empty land, belonging to no one. The archaeological evidence at MADJEDBEBE and at sites across Australia demolishes this logic entirely. These were not people who lacked innovation. They invented the ground-edge axe 55,000 years before Europe. They were grinding seeds into flour 40,000 years before the Natufians. They were using reflective pigments for symbolic expression, while Neanderthals were still the only hominins in Europe. They engineered entire landscapes with fire. They maintained oral traditions with verifiable accuracy across millennia. They were not behind, they were playing a different game, and they were winning it. The days at MADJEDBEBE have a rhythm. Cale knows it without thinking about it.
the way you know the rhythm of your own breathing. Morning is for work that requires light and coolness, tool-making, foraging, travel. Midday is for rest in the shade of the shelter. Afternoon is for lighter tasks, repairing equipment, processing food, socializing. Evening is for fire, talk, ceremony, story. Today, in the late afternoon, something different. A group arrives from the east, 4 people, 2 men and 2 women carrying bundles. They are kin, related through KL's mother's line, from a group that ranges along the escarpment country several days' walk away. They have come for an exchange. They bring stone. Specifically, they bring blanks of a fine-grained chert, a cryptocrystalline silica that outcrops in their territory but not in KL's. This chert is superior to the local sandstone for making certain tools, sharp, predictable in its fracture, capable of holding a finer edge. KL's group, in return, offers ochre, high-quality red ochre from a deposit in the escarpment above the shelter, prized for its color and consistency. This is trade. Not market trade, not currency trade, but embedded exchange. Trade wrapped in kinship, obligation, ceremony, and reciprocity. The chert and the ochre change hands as part of a visit that also involves sharing food, exchanging news, arranging a ceremony, and reinforcing the social bonds that connect groups across the landscape. Archaeological evidence for long-distance exchange networks in Aboriginal Australia goes back tens of thousands of years. Specific stone types, shell ornaments, and pigments are found hundreds of kilometres from their geological sources, indicating that materials moved across the landscape through chains of exchange that connected communities from coast to interior, from desert to tropical north. These networks were not incidental. They were structural, a fundamental part of the social and economic system maintained over millennia, carrying not just materials, but information, genetic diversity, and cultural innovation. Kale trades.
He receives 4 chert blanks, each about the size of his palm, carefully wrapped in bark. He gives ochre, 2 fist-sized lumps in a bark container of pre-ground pigment. The transaction is quiet, almost casual, but there is a formality to it, a specific sequence of words, an acknowledgement of the relationship between the groups, a recognition that this exchange is part of something larger than 2 people handing things to each other. The visitors stay 3 days. On the second night, there is ceremony. I will not describe the ceremony in detail, because contemporary Aboriginal communities maintain strict protocols about what can and cannot be shared publicly regarding ceremony, and it would be inappropriate for me to speculate about the specifics of a ceremony 65,000 years ago. What I can say, based on the archaeological evidence, is that ceremony was present. The ochre is there, the grinding stones are there, the reflective mica is there, the fire is there, the people are there.
Whatever was done with these materials in the firelit dark of the shelter, it was done with intention, with knowledge, with a tradition behind it that was already ancient. After the visitors leave, Kyle works the chert. It is a different experience from the local sandstone. The chert is harder, more brittle, and fractures with a conchoidal pattern, smooth, curved surfaces like the inside of a seashell. He strikes a flake with a hammerstone. The flake comes off clean, with a sharp edge that could cut skin with no pressure at all. He turns the core, reads the stone. Each strike must follow the natural lines of force within the material, or the core shatters unpredictably. This is not guesswork. This is applied physics, learned through years of practice and instruction. He produces a series of flakes, then selects the best ones.
These he shapes further with pressure flaking, pressing the edge with a pointed tool made of bone or hard wood, removing tiny chips to create a regular, uniform cutting edge. The finished tools are small, sharp, and versatile. Cutting tools, scraping tools, points that can be hafted onto spear shafts. The spear. If the ground edge axe is the signature tool of the earliest Australians, the spear is the weapon.
Kale's people hunt with spears, not thrown by hand, but launched with a spear thrower, or woomera, a device that effectively extends the arm and multiplies the throwing force. The woomera is another Australian innovation, one of the earliest mechanical advantage tools in the human record. A spear thrown by hand might travel 30 meters with accuracy. A spear thrown with a woomera can travel 70 or 80 meters with enough force to penetrate the hide of a large animal.
Kale does not have a woomera. At 65,000 years ago, the archaeological evidence for spear throwers is not clear, and they may have developed later. But he has spears, and the chert points will tip them. He works quickly, efficiently. By evening, he has 4 points ready for hafting. The fire that night is large. Someone has dragged a dead trunk close and fed one end into the flames. It will burn all night, the log pushed further in as the end is consumed. The children are asleep. The adults sit close, faces lit from below, shadows huge on the rock wall behind them. Kale looks up at the ceiling of the shelter. In the flickering light, the soot stains look like clouds. The rock itself is pockmarked, weathered, ancient beyond comprehension, 1 billion years of geological time compressed into a few meters of sandstone overhead.
Somewhere in the layers above, water is seeping slowly through cracks and pores, dissolving and redepositing minerals in a process that will continue long after every person alive tonight is dust. He does not think about geological time. He thinks about the rain. The wet season is coming. He can feel it in the humidity, see it in the building of thunderheads to the north each afternoon, hear it in the changing calls of the birds. When the rain comes, the floodplain below will transform. The dry grass will vanish underwater. Fish will pour into the shallows. The magpie geese will arrive in thousands. The long barramundi runs will begin. Life will become briefly abundant, almost beyond measure. And then the dry will return, and the water will retreat, and the strategy will shift again. Move to the permanent water holes. Hunt the animals concentrated there. Dig for tubers. Process seeds. Wait.
This cycle, wet and dry, plenty and scarcity, expansion and contraction, is the heartbeat of life at MADJEDBEBE, and it has been beating for 65,000 years. I want to jump forward. Not 65,000 years. That is too much, too fast. Let me jump 5,000 years. Kale is gone. His children's 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 children, uncountable generations down the line, are still at MADJEDBEBE. The shelter looks the same. The escarpment looks the same. The fire pit has moved slightly, a few meters to the left where the smoke drafts better. The sand floor has risen a few centimeters, layered with new ash, new flakes, new ochred dust. The tools are different. Not radically, the ground edge axe persists, barely changed, but the flaked tools show new techniques, different retouch patterns, slightly different raw materials as trade networks shift and new outcrops are discovered. The diet is similar, but not identical. Some of the megafauna are gone, the largest species are disappearing, and the hunting strategies are adapting to smaller, faster prey. Jump again, 10,000 years, 20. The last glacial maximum is approaching. The world is cooling. Sea levels are dropping. The coast is now so far away that it is barely relevant to the people at MADJEDBEBE. The landscape is drier. The monsoon is weaker. Some of the plant species that thrived in wetter times are retreating to sheltered gorges. The people adapt. They range more widely. They spend more time at the permanent water sources. They process more seeds, more tubers, fallback foods that require more labor but are reliably available. Jump again. 40,000 years. The ice age is ending. The sea is rising. The land that was once dry savanna is flooding. The coast is marching south, swallowing the plains that Kale's distant ancestors walked when they first arrived on the continent. Communities that lived on the coast are being pushed inland. Population pressure increases in the escarpment country. New groups appear. Trade networks reconfigure. The toolkit changes again. Jump 50,000 years, 60. The layers are deep now, 3 meters of sand and story. And at the bottom, Kale's axe, ground smooth, stained with use, sitting in the red sand exactly where he set it down on that afternoon 65,000 years ago, when the edge was finally sharp enough. It will sit there for another few thousand years, until 1973, when the first archaeological excavations at the site, then called Malakunanja II, are conducted by Johan Kaminga and colleagues. They find deep cultural deposits. They find edge-ground axes. They find ochre. The dates they get are old, very old. But the dating technology of the time cannot resolve the bottom layers precisely. The site is recognized as important, but not yet understood. It is not until 2012, when Chris Clarkson's team begins new excavations with modern dating techniques, that the full depth of the site becomes clear.
The 2017 Nature paper lands like a depth charge in the archaeological community. 65,000 years, the oldest confirmed site of human habitation in Australia, possibly the oldest outside Africa. And the tools are the real shock, because they are not crude, they are not primitive. They are sophisticated, varied, and indicative of a people who arrived on this continent already possessing a complex technological repertoire, who had been innovating for a long time before they ever reached these shores. This means the journey itself, the migration from Africa through South and Southeast Asia, across the water gaps of Wallacea, the island chain between the Asian and Australian continental shelves, and onto the shores of Sahul, was not undertaken by marginal, barely surviving groups of wanderers. It was undertaken by competent, knowledgeable, technologically equipped people who could navigate open water, read unfamiliar landscapes, and establish viable communities in entirely new environments. The water crossings alone are staggering.
Even at the lowest sea levels of the last glacial period, the crossing from the Asian continental shelf, Sunda, to the Australian continental shelf, Sahul, required multiple open ocean voyages. The shortest routes still involved crossings of 60 to 90 kilometers of open water, out of sight of land. This is, as far as we know, the earliest evidence of deliberate maritime voyaging in human history. These people built watercraft, rafts, boats, something, 65,000 years ago and sailed into the unknown. Kale's ancestors were sailors. They were navigators. They watched the stars and the currents and the birds, and they got on the water and they went. Not because they were driven by desperation. The evidence suggests that Southeast Asian populations were thriving, but because something in them said go. And they went, and they stayed for 65,000 years. I want to return to the shelter one last time, not to Kale's time, to now.
MADJEDBEBE today is in the care of the Mirarr people, who are the traditional owners of this country. The site sits within the Jabaluka mineral lease area, adjacent to the Ranger uranium mine in Kakadu National Park. The Mirarr have fought long and hard against mining in their country, and their struggle is one of the most significant indigenous land rights campaigns in Australian history. The rock shelter looks much as it has for millennia. The sandstone overhang, the sandy floor, the soot-stained ceiling, the escarpment rising above. It is not a tourist site. It is not easy to access. It is, in many ways, an unremarkable piece of landscape, unless you know what lies beneath your feet. 3 meters of sand, 11,000 artifacts in the deepest layer alone, edge-ground axes, grinding stones, ochre, mica, points, flakes, resin, ash, the material record of 65,000 years of human life. The oldest continuous cultural presence anywhere on Earth outside Africa.
The Marar know this. They have always known this. Not in archaeological terms, not with radiocarbon dates and luminescence readings, but in the way that people know the place they come from. This is their country. It has always been their country. The archaeology confirms what the Marar never needed confirmed, but the confirmation matters to the rest of us. Because the story of MADJEDBEBE is not just an Australian story, it is a human story. It is the story of what our species is capable of when given enough time and enough respect for the land that sustains it. 65,000 years. The pyramids are 4,500 years old. Stonehenge is 5,000. The oldest known agriculture is about 12,000. The oldest known cities are about 9,000.
The entire span of what we conventionally call civilization, from the first mud brick temples of Mesopotamia to this sentence you are hearing right now, fits inside the last 6% of the time that people have been living at MADJEDBEBE. 6%. 94% of the human history of this place happened before anyone, anywhere, planted a seed in a furrow, or stacked a brick on a brick, or wrote a single word. And during all that time, all 65,000 years of it, the people at MADJEDBEBE were not waiting. They were not stagnating. They were not failing to develop. They were living. They were innovating. They were adapting. They were grinding axes and painting bodies and singing songs and navigating a landscape of staggering complexity with a depth of knowledge that no written tradition has ever matched. They were, by any honest measure, among the most successful human populations that have ever lived.
And they did it without writing, without metal, without agriculture, without cities, without any of the things that Western civilization has insisted are the markers of advancement. They did it with stone and fire and knowledge and time. 65,000 years of time. And the shelter is still there. The escarpment is still there. The mirar are still there. The soot on the ceiling is still there. The ochre dust in the sand is still there. The oldest home in Australia, still standing, still known, still cared for. 65,000 years and counting.
The city is already old when Rashop is born. That matters. Ugarit has been a settlement for almost 6,000 years by the time he draws his first breath. Layers of habitation going back to the Neolithic, stacked under his feet like pages in a book he will spend his life learning to read. The tell, the artificial mound created by millennia of people building on the rubble of previous people, rises about 20 meters above the surrounding plain, at the point on the Syrian coast where the Nahr el-Fid River meets the Mediterranean, roughly 10 kilometers north of what is now Latakia. The harbor sits at a small bay called Minit el-Beida, White Harbor, and it faces west towards Cyprus, which on a clear day you can see as a dark smudge on the horizon. Rashop grows up seeing that smudge. He grows up hearing languages. That is the first thing to understand about Ugarit. It is not a city of one people. It is a city of transactions, and transactions require translation, and translation requires scribes. By the 14th century BCE, the period of Ugadit's greatest prosperity, the period into which Rashop is born, the city's royal palace alone covers nearly a hectare. It contains 90 rooms. Several of those rooms are archives. The archives hold tablets in Sumerian, Akkadian, Hurrian, Hittite, Egyptian hieratic, Cypro-Minoan, and, this is the one that changed the world, Ugaritic, written in the city's own invention, a cuneiform alphabet of 30 letters. Now, here's where I need to stop and explain what that means, because the word alphabet gets thrown around casually, and the thing Ugarit created was not casual at all. Before Ugarit, every writing system in the Near East worked on one of two principles. Either you drew a picture of the thing you meant, a pictogram that evolved into a logogram, which is how Sumerian cuneiform in Egyptian hieroglyphics started, or you used a sign to represent a syllable, a consonant-vowel combination, which is how Akkadian cuneiform functioned with its roughly 600 signs. Both systems worked. Both systems were powerful,
Both systems required years of specialized training because you had to memorize hundreds or even thousands of signs to become literate. Writing, in the Bronze Age world, was a professional skill possessed by a tiny elite. In most cities, maybe 1 or 2% of the population could read. Scholars, like Wilfrid van Solt, working through the Ugarit tablet corpus at Leiden University, have documented that the scribal schools at Ugarit trained students in the traditional Mesopotamian curriculum, sign lists, lexical texts, mathematical tables, a process that took the better part of a decade. That is the world Rashop enters as a boy.
He is selected, likely from a family with existing scribal connections because literacy in this period tends to be hereditary, and placed into the tablet house. But Ugarit has done something radical. Sometime around 1400 BCE, someone in this city, we do not know who, looked at the hundreds of cuneiform signs used to write Akkadian and asked a question that sounds simple but was, in practice, revolutionary. What if each sign represented not a syllable, but a single consonant sound? What if you could write any word in any language with only 30 signs? The answer was the Ugaritic alphabet. 30 cuneiform characters, each one a consonant. They were written left to right on clay tablets using the same wedge-shaped reed stylus that Mesopotamian scribes had used for 2,000 years, but the system itself was entirely new.
It was the first alphabet, or more precisely, the first abjad, a writing system based on consonants that used cuneiform technology to do something cuneiform had never been designed to do. Rashop learns this system as a child. He also learns the old systems because Ugarit's scribes need both. The city's internal records, literary texts, ritual instructions, administrative lists are written in Ugaritic. But its diplomatic correspondence is in Akkadian, the lingua franca of late Bronze Age international relations, and its religious texts sometimes use Hurrian, and certain trade documents arrive in scripts from Cyprus and Egypt. A senior scribe in the royal palace has to move between these worlds. Rashop moves between them. He is not, so far as we can reconstruct, a person of great ambition. He does not appear in any of the preserved tablets as a named individual. I have given him a name drawn from the Ugaritic pantheon, where Rashop is a god of plague and war, because the irony will become apparent. But the scribes of Ugarit were real people who left physical traces. We know their handwriting. Tablet analysts have identified individual hands across the archive, the same way a graphologist identifies handwriting today. Some scribes wrote with a heavier pressure, some had a distinctive way of forming the horizontal wedge, some made consistent spelling choices that amount to personal style. Rashop, as I imagine him, is one of those hands. He is competent, consistent, and fast. He takes dictation from the king, he copies literary texts for the temple library, he catalogs incoming correspondence. And the correspondence is extraordinary. Ugarit, in the 14th and 13th centuries BCE, sits at the intersection of every major power in the known world.
To the south lies Egypt under the 19th dynasty, Ramesses II, then Merneptah. To the north and east lies the Hittite Empire, whose vassal Ugarit technically is. To the west, across the water, lies Alashia, Cyprus, rich in copper. To the southeast lie the Assyrians, growing stronger. To the south, along the coast, lie the other Levantine ports, Byblos, Sidon, Tyre. The grain ships come from Egypt, the copper comes from Cyprus, the tin, essential for making bronze, which is the defining technology of the age, comes from somewhere far to the east, possibly Afghanistan, possibly Central Asia, through a chain of intermediaries that passes through Mesopotamia and into Ugarit's warehouses. Rashop handles the paperwork for this system. That sounds mundane. It is not. Every treaty, every trade agreement, every royal marriage negotiation, every complaint about a shipment of copper ingots that arrived underweight, all of it passes through clay, through stylus, through the hands of men like him.
The archive is the nervous system of the city. Without it, the king cannot negotiate, the merchants cannot settle disputes, the priests cannot perform the correct rituals on the correct days. Rashab understands this. He understands that the tablet is not a record of power.
It is power. Let me tell you about the city he lives in, because Ugarit in the 13th century BCE is a place worth seeing. The royal palace dominates the western part of the Tell, overlooking the harbor. It is a massive mud brick and stone structure with an internal courtyard, a sunken garden, administrative wings, and the archive rooms where Rashab works. The walls are thick, some of them 2 meters, and plastered smooth. The floors are paved, there are drainage channels, there is indoor plumbing of a kind, terracotta pipes that carry wastewater from upper rooms down through the walls and into stone-lined drains beneath the streets. The French archaeologist Claude Schaeffer, who excavated Ras Shamra beginning in 1929 and continuing for decades, described the palace as one of the most impressive Bronze Age structures in the Levant. Its archive rooms contained hundreds of tablets in multiple languages, organized, as near as we can tell, by subject and by the language of the correspondent.
South of the palace, the residential quarters climb the slope of the Tell. The houses are stone-founded, mud brick walled, 2 stories in many cases, with interior courtyards and private tombs beneath the floors. This is important. The dead in Ugarit are buried under the houses of the living. Family tombs, stone-built corbelled vaults accessed through a hole in the floor, contain multiple generations. The living pour libations to the dead through clay pipes that penetrate the floor and reach the tomb below. The dead in Ugaritic religion are not gone. They are the Rephaim, the shades, the healed ones, and they still need to eat, still need to drink, still need to be spoken to.
Rashab, every evening after his work in the archive, pours a measure of wine into the pipe in the floor of his family's house and speaks to his father and his grandfather and his great-grandfather who lie in the darkness below his feet. 2 major temples stand on the Acropolis, the Temple of Baal and the Temple of Dagon. Baal, the storm god, the rider of clouds, the one who defeated the sea god Yam and the death god Mot, is the patron deity of the city. The literary texts that Rashab copies and maintains in the archive include the Baal cycle, one of the great mythological narratives of the ancient Near East, the story of Baal's battle against Yam for kingship among the gods, his construction of a palace on Mount Zaphon, and his descent into the underworld where Mot swallows him and the earth goes barren until Baal's sister Anat tears Mot apart and Baal rises again. It is a story of death and resurrection, of cosmic struggle and seasonal return, and it is written in poetry of startling beauty and violence. Rashab copies this text. He knows every line. He knows the passage where Anat wades through blood up to her knees, where she fastens heads to her belt and hands to her waist, and plunges into battle with a joy that the text describes without apology. He knows the passage where Baal and Mot grapple like wild bulls, biting and kicking and goring, and the sun goddess, Shapash, intervenes to separate them. He knows the ending, or what we have of it, because the tablets are fragmentary, where Baal is restored to his throne, and the rains return, and the grain grows. He copies this text because it is sacred, but also because it is literature, and Ugarit values literature. The city has a literary tradition that includes not just the Baal cycle, but the legend of Keret, about a king who loses his family and is commanded by El, the father of the gods, to march to war and win a bride, and the legend of Akhat, about a young prince who was given a divine bow by the craftsman god Kothar Wahasis, refuses to give it to the goddess Anat, and is killed for his refusal. These texts are sophisticated. They use parallelism, repetition, dramatic irony, dialogue, and narrative structure in ways that scholars of ancient Near Eastern literature compare directly to early biblical poetry.
Dennis Pardee of the University of Chicago, one of the foremost experts on the Ugaritic language, has spent decades demonstrating the linguistic and literary connections between Ugaritic texts and the Hebrew Bible. Shared vocabulary, shared poetic structures, shared mythological motifs, the storm god who defeats the sea, the divine council where gods deliberate, the descent to the underworld.
The feast on the holy mountain. Ugarit did not invent these ideas, but Ugarit wrote them down in the first alphabet, and in doing so, created a textual tradition that would ripple forward through Phoenician, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Latin, and eventually into the script you are reading right now. Reshap does not know this. He does not know that the alphabet he uses every day will outlive not just his city, but every empire he has ever heard of. He knows that it is efficient. He knows that a young student can learn the 30 signs in weeks rather than years. He knows that merchants in the harbor quarter, men who are not professional scribes, can scratch out basic inventories and receipts using the alphabetic script, which is something that would be inconceivable in a purely logographic or syllabic system. The alphabet democratizes literacy. Not completely, not to everyone, but enough that Ugarit's commercial class can participate in the written world in a way that the commercial class of, say, Babylon cannot. This is the quiet revolution happening in the room where Reshap works. He does not think of it as a revolution. He thinks of it as his job. His job gets more complicated in the last decades of the 13th century BCE. The letters that arrive in the archive begin to change tone. For generations, the correspondence between Ugarit and its overlord, the Hittite emperor, and between Ugarit and its trading partners has been mostly commercial and diplomatic. Grain shipments, copper prices, marriage negotiations, border disputes, the routine friction of interconnected states. But now the letters carry a new word, or rather, a new anxiety. The word is ships. Ships on the coast, ships raiding coastal towns, ships carrying warriors who do not belong to any recognized state. The Hittite emperor writes to the king of Ugarit, demanding that Ugarit send its fleet and its infantry to reinforce Hittite positions in Anatolia and along the Cilician coast. The king of Ugarit writes back, and we have this letter, or a draft of it, explaining that his army and his fleet are already deployed elsewhere, that his defenses are stretched thin, that enemy ships have been sighted off his own coast. He asks for help. He is told that no help is available. This is the late Bronze Age collapse. It is one of the most studied and least understood catastrophes in ancient history. Between roughly 1200 and 1550 BCE, virtually every major civilization in the Eastern Mediterranean either fell or contracted catastrophically. The Hittite Empire was destroyed. Mycenaean Greece collapsed. The Egyptian Empire withdrew from the Levant. Cities across Cyprus, the Levantine coast, and Anatolia were burned, abandoned, or reduced to villages. The elaborate international trade network that had sustained these civilizations for centuries, the copper, the tin, the grain, the textiles, the diplomatic marriages, the cuneiform correspondence, stopped. Just stopped. The causes are debated. Eric Klein, in his influential book 1177 BC, The Year Civilization Collapsed, argues that it was not a single cause, but a cascading systems failure. Drought, famine, earthquake, internal rebellion, disruption of trade routes, and the migrations or raids of the so-called Sea Peoples, groups identified in Egyptian texts as Peliset, Checker, Shekelesh, Denyen, Weshesh, and others, all hitting interconnected and therefore interdependent civilizations simultaneously. When one node in the network failed, it stressed the others. When enough nodes failed, the network itself collapsed. It was, Klein argues, the first example of a globalized system failing globally. Reshap lives at the failing node. The king of Ugarit in the final years, his name was probably Amurapi, the last king of the dynasty, is writing frantic letters.
We have them. They were found in the archive and in the kiln where they were being baked for sending. One of them, addressed to the king of Alashia, Cyprus, reads in part, "My father, the enemy ships are already here. They have set fire to my towns and have done very great damage in the country. My father, did you not know that all my troops and chariots are in the land of Hatti, and all my ships are in the land of Luca? Thus the country is abandoned to itself. Consider this, my father. There are 7 enemy ships that have come and done very great damage. Now if there are more enemy ships, let me know about them so that I may know what to do." This letter was found in the kiln. It was never sent. The response from the king of Alashia, found separately on the Cypriot end, essentially says, "I understand. I am also under attack. I cannot help you. Protect yourself." Rashab, as I imagine him, is the one who takes the dictation for that unsent letter. He is the one who prepares the clay, who wets it to the correct consistency, who holds the reed stylus and inscribes the king's words in the formal Akkadian used for international correspondence. He has done this 1,000 times. He has written letters about grain prices and copper shipments and the proper protocol for receiving an Egyptian envoy. This is different. This letter contains the word abandoned. The country is abandoned to itself. He fires the tablet. He puts it in the kiln. He does not know that it will be the last tablet to enter that kiln, that the kiln will not be opened again for 3,180-odd years, that the litter will be pulled from the debris of a burned building by French archaeologists in the 20th century and translated and published and become one of the most famous documents of the ancient world. He does not know any of this. He knows that the king is afraid. He knows that the fleet is gone. He knows that smoke has been seen from the direction of coastal towns to the south. Let me reconstruct his final days. Not with certainty, we cannot have certainty, but with the evidence that the ground and the tablets and the burned layers provide. The destruction of Ugarit was violent and total. The archaeological evidence, documented by Schaefer and subsequent excavators, including Marguerite Yone, shows a comprehensive burn layer across the tell. Buildings collapsed. Mud brick walls were fired red by the heat. Objects were left in place, pottery on shelves, tablets in their archive rooms, bronze tools on workshop floors, indicating that the destruction was sudden and that the population did not have time to evacuate their valuables. Bronze arrowheads of types associated with Aegean or Cypriot military traditions were found embedded in walls and scattered in destruction debris. Sling bullets, evidence of violent assault. The city was not rebuilt. After the destruction, which is dated by associated pottery and scarabs to approximately 1185 BCE, give or take a decade, the site was abandoned. People eventually returned to the area. There is sparse Iron Age occupation, but the city of Ugarit, the palace, the temples, the archive, the harbor, all of it was gone. Done. Rashab does not survive this. I will not pretend otherwise. The evidence says the city was sacked and burned in a single event, and the population was killed, enslaved, or dispersed. A man who spent his life in the archive room of the royal palace, a man who was, by the nature of his position, physically inside the administrative center of the city, did not walk out. But what he left behind did walk out. Not physically, conceptually. The alphabet Ugarit invented, the principle that a writing system could represent individual consonant sounds with a small set of learnable signs, did not die with the city. The idea had already spread. Down the coast, the Phoenicians, Ugarit's neighbors and in some sense cultural cousins, were developing their own alphabetic script. The Phoenician alphabet was not cuneiform. It used linear signs, drawn with ink on papyrus, or scratched into stone and metal rather than wedge-shaped marks pressed into clay. But the principle was the same: one sign, one sound. And the Phoenician alphabet had 22 letters, even more economical than Ugarit's 30. The relationship between the Ugaritic and Phoenician alphabets is debated. Some scholars argue direct descent. Others argue parallel development from a common ancestor, the Proto-Sinaitic script found in turquoise mines in the Sinai Peninsula dating to roughly the 18th or 19th century BCE. The exact genealogy is uncertain. What is not uncertain is that the idea, the alphabetic idea, the insight that you can decompose language into its smallest functional sound units and represent each one with a single sign, was in the air on the Levantine coast in the late 2nd millennium BCE, and Ugarit was one of the places, perhaps the first place, where that idea was formalized into a complete working system. The Phoenician alphabet traveled. The Greeks adopted it around the 9th or 8th century BCE, adding vowel signs that the Phoenician system lacked. The Greek alphabet generated the Etruscan alphabet, which generated the Latin alphabet. The Phoenician alphabet also generated the Aramaic script, which generated Hebrew and Arabic. Every alphabet in use on Earth today, Latin, Greek, Cyrillic, Arabic, Hebrew, Devanagari derivatives, traces back to this Levantine coastal innovation. Rashap's 30 cuneiform signs are the seed. He did not know this. He could not know it. He sat in a room and wrote on clay, and the room burned and the clay survived because fires would bake clay, and the destruction that ended his life preserved his work, and the work outlived the city and the empire and the entire Bronze Age world that had produced it. But I am getting ahead of myself. Let me go back to the years before the end, because the end is only the last chapter, and Ugarit's story is not only about how it died, it is about how it lived. Rashap is trained in the tablet house. The curriculum, as reconstructed from student exercises found at the site, follows the standard Mesopotamian model. The student begins with sign lists, endless repetitive lists of cuneiform signs and their values, then lexical lists, Sumerian words with their Akkadian equivalents, organized thematically, animals, plants, wooden objects, stone objects, professions, gods. The student copies these lists over and over until muscle memory takes hold, until the hand forms the signs without conscious effort. Then mathematical texts, tables of reciprocals, multiplication tables, problems about canals and fields and volumes of grain. Then literary texts, excerpts from Sumerian and Akkadian classics. And then, at Ugarit, something that does not happen in Mesopotamian schools, training in the local alphabetic script and in the literary and ritual texts composed in the Ugaritic language. This is a bilingual education in the deepest sense. Rashap learns to think in Akkadian for diplomacy, in Ugaritic for local administration and literature, in Sumerian for scholarly prestige. Even though Sumerian has been a dead language for centuries by this point, it retains its status as the language of learning, the way Latin functioned in medieval Europe. He also acquires at least reading competence in Hurrian, because Ugarit has a substantial Hurrian-speaking population, and Hurrian religious texts are part of the temple archive. He may learn basic Egyptian hieratic for reading trade documents that arrive from the south. He may learn the Cypro-Minoan signs used on tablets from Alashia, though this script remains undeciphered today and may have been only partially understood even at the time. 7 scripts. Multiple languages, one man, one reed stylus, one small room lit by an oil lamp made of baked clay. The tablet house is attached to the Temple of Baal, or possibly to the royal palace. The architectural relationship is debated because the relevant section of the tell was disturbed by later occupation and by early excavation techniques that were less careful about stratigraphy than modern standards demand. But the tablets are clear. Student exercise tablets, small, irregular, covered in clumsy signs that gradually improve, sit alongside master copies in the same archive rooms. Teaching and production happened in the same space. Rashap would have been trained by a senior scribe, possibly a member of his own family. He would have begun as a child, 8-9 years old, and would not have been considered fully competent until his late teens or early 20s. By the time he is working independently, the city around him is at its peak. The harbor at Minit El Beida handles ships from Egypt, Cyprus, the Aegean, and the Anatolian coast. Warehouses along the waterfront store copper ingots, the ox-hide-shaped ingots, roughly 60 centimeters long and weighing about 29 kilograms each, that are the standard unit of copper trade across the late Bronze Age Mediterranean. Tin arrives in smaller quantities but at higher value. The two metals are combined to make bronze, and bronze is the material from which the age takes its name. Weapons, tools, vessels, fittings, sculptures. Without tin, there is no bronze. Without bronze, there are no weapons. Without weapons, well... Ugarit also exports textiles. The city is famous for its purple-dyed wool, produced from the murex sea snail, the same animal that will later make Phoenician Tyre wealthy. Industrial installations for murex processing have been identified at MADJEDBEBE, stone vats, shell middens, the chemical signature of the dye. The textile trade is enormously lucrative. A single piece of purple-dyed cloth can be worth its weight in silver. Rashop records textile shipments in the palace archive.
He records the names of merchants, the quantities, the destinations. He also records legal disputes.
Ugarit has a developed legal system. Contracts are written on clay, sealed with cylinder seals, small stone cylinders carved with scenes or inscriptions that are rolled across wet clay to leave an impression, functioning like a notarized signature. Property transfers, marriage contracts, inheritance disputes, commercial agreements, manumission of slaves, adoption, all of it is documented. The legal texts give us an unusually detailed picture of daily life. We know the price of a house. We know what a divorce settlement looked like. We know that women could own property and initiate legal proceedings, which was not universal in the ancient Near East. We know that the king served as the court of final appeal and that his decisions were recorded and archived. Rashop writes these decisions. He is present in the room when the king adjudicates between a merchant who claims he was cheated on a shipment of copper and a ship captain who claims the merchant ever paid. He inscribes the king's ruling.
He rolls the king's cylinder seal across the wet surface of the tablet. He files the tablet in the archive, in the correct room, on the correct shelf, in the correct order. This is the work. This is the daily, unremarkable, essential work of maintaining a literate civilization. And then the letters start to change. It does not happen all at once. The first signs of trouble are oblique, embedded in the routine diplomatic correspondence. A request from the Hittite emperor for additional troops. A report of unrest among vassal states in western Anatolia. A mention of grain shortages in the Hittite homeland. Individually, none of these are alarming. The Hittite Empire has always demanded troops from its vassals. Grain shortages happen. Unrest happens. But Rashomap reads all the letters, and he begins to notice a pattern. The requests are becoming more frequent. The tone is becoming sharper. The Hittite Emperor is not asking, he is commanding. And he is commanding more than Ugarit can give.
The king of Ugarit, Amurapi, responds with careful diplomatic language that Rashop crafts. The language says yes, while meaning not yet. It promises compliance while requesting delays. It is the language of a vassal who understands that his overlord is weakening and that the balance of obligations is shifting, but who cannot say this openly because the overlord still has the power to punish disobedience. Meanwhile, let me describe what Rashop sees when he walks from the palace to his home in the residential quarter. The streets are narrow and unpaved, flanked by the stone foundations of two-story houses. Drainage channels run down the center, carrying wastewater toward the edge of the tell. Donkeys carry goods from the harbor up the slope. Merchants argue in at least 3 languages in the market area near the southern gate. A woman on a rooftop is drying figs on a reed mat. Children play in a courtyard. A metalworker's furnace glows orange in a ground-floor workshop. The smell is complex. Salt air, charcoal smoke, animal dung, the sharp chemical stink of murex processing drifting up from the harbor, bread baking, olive oil heating in a pan. This is a living city. It has been living for thousands of years. The tombs beneath the houses hold generation after generation of its dead, and the living walk over them every day, and the connection between the two worlds is maintained through ritual and libation, and the constant physical reminder that the floor you stand on is the ceiling of the room where your ancestors sleep. Rashap pours the wine. He speaks to his father. He asks perhaps whether his father has any wisdom about what is coming. His father does not answer. The dead in Ugaritic religion are not prophets. They are presences. They receive offerings. They are honored. But they do not predict the future. The future arrives anyway. A letter comes from the king of Alashia. It warns of enemy ships. 20 ships, it says, were spotted in coastal waters. Where they came from, the letter does not say. Who commands them, the letter does not say. What they want, the letter does not need to say. Ships, in this context, means raiders. Raiders means burning. Amurapi drafts his response. Rashap writes it. The response says, "My troops are in Hatti. My ships are in Luka. I am alone." Another letter arrives, this one from a Hittite official, possibly the viceroy of Carchemish, a major Hittite administrative center on the Euphrates. The letter instructs Amurapi to send grain. The Hittite homeland is starving. This is a direct order from the imperial administration. Amurapi must comply. But compliance means sending grain that his own population needs at a time when his military is already deployed elsewhere. Rashap writes the response to this letter, too. The tone is strained. You can feel it in the tablets. The formal courtesies are maintained, the elaborate greeting formulas, the blessings, the protestations of loyalty, but beneath the formula, the message is, "I cannot give what I do not have." This is the paradox of the late Bronze Age system. Its strength was interconnection. Egypt's grain fed Hittite armies. Cypriot copper armed Egyptian soldiers. Ugaritic textiles clothed everyone. Tin from Afghanistan passed through a dozen intermediaries to reach the bronze foundries of every major city. When the system worked, everyone prospered. When it faltered, everyone suffered because no one was self-sufficient. The system was efficient, but not resilient. It had no redundancy. It had no fallback. I want to pause here and bring in something specific from the archaeological record, because the destruction of Ugarit has left physical evidence that goes beyond the tablets. Excavations by Marguerite Yon and the French Archaeological Mission from the 1970s through the 2000s documented the destruction layer in detail across multiple areas of the site. The burn layer is consistent, roughly half a meter thick in places, containing collapsed mud brick that has been fired red, carbonized wooden beams, smashed pottery, and, critically, arrowheads. The arrowheads found in the destruction layer include types that are not local to the Levantine coast. Some are tanged bronze points associated with Aegean or Anatolian military traditions. Others are leaf-shaped, consistent with types found at other destruction-level sites across the eastern Mediterranean. This tells us two things. The destruction was military, not just seismic or accidental, and the attackers carried weapons from multiple cultural traditions, which is consistent with the mixed ethnic identification of the so-called Sea Peoples described in Egyptian texts, particularly the Medinet Habu inscriptions of Ramesses III, which date to approximately 1178 BCE and describe a coalition of maritime raiders from the islands in the midst of the sea. Rashap hears the news before he sees the smoke. A runner from the harbor. Ships. Enemy ships. How many? The runner does not know. More than 7. The last letter, the one in the kiln, has already been written. It is being fired. The kiln takes time. Hours. You build the fire, you let the heat build, you wait. Rashap has fired thousands of tablets. He knows the process.
He knows the sound the clay makes when it contracts in the heat, a faint ticking, almost inaudible, like the city's heartbeat slowing. The fire in the kiln is still burning when a different fire starts. The harbor district, the warehouses, the wooden ships at anchor, then the residential quarter, then the palace. I do not know exactly what Rashab does. Nobody does. The tablets do not record the destruction from the inside. The last tablet is the letter in the kiln, and the letter is addressed outward to Cyprus, asking for help that will not come. What I know is what the ground says. The ground says fire. The ground says collapse. The ground says arrowheads embedded in mud brick walls at the height a person would stand. The ground says that the palace's 90 rooms burned, and the roof beams fell, and the archive tablets were buried under tons of rubble and burned mud brick, and stayed there in darkness for 31 centuries. The tablets survived because of the fire. That is the central paradox of cuneiform archaeology.
Unfired clay tablets are fragile. They crumble when wet, they break when handled roughly, they dissolve over centuries. But when a building burns around them, the fire does what the kiln does. It bakes the clay, hardens it, turns a temporary record into a permanent one. Ugarit's archives survived because Ugarit was destroyed. If the city had been peacefully abandoned, the tablets would have dissolved in the rain and the damp and the centuries of erosion, and we would have nothing. We would not know about the alphabet. We would not have the Baal cycle. We would not have the letters. We would not know Ugarit's name. Destruction preserved. That is not a metaphor. That is chemistry. Rashap's work, the tablets he inscribed, the texts he copied, the letters he drafted, the legal records he filed, survived inside the ruin of the room where he made them. His body did not survive. His name did not survive. His family's tomb beneath his house was buried under the destruction debris and the slow accumulation of centuries of soil and vegetation and the patient geological work of rain and root and the gradual transformation of a burned city into a tell, a mound, a hill with grass on it and nothing visible to indicate that anything had ever stood there. Until 1928. In 1928, a local farmer plowing a field near the coast struck a stone slab with his plow blade. The slab covered a tomb. The tomb contained Mycenaean and Cypriot pottery. The French colonial authorities were informed. Claude Schaeffer, a young archaeologist from Strasbourg, was dispatched to investigate. He arrived in 1929 and began excavating what he initially thought was a minor coastal necropolis. It was not minor. It was the harbor district of Ugarit, and the tell behind it, Ras Shamra, the name the locals used, meaning fennel mound because wild fennel grew on the slope, was the city itself. Schaeffer excavated at Ras Shamra for nearly 40 years, interrupted by World War II. His work was monumental in scope and occasionally brutal in method. Early 20th century excavation techniques did not always prioritize the meticulous stratigraphic recording that modern archaeology demands, and some contextual information was lost. But the discoveries were staggering. The palace, the temples, the residential quarter, and the tablets. Thousands of tablets in multiple languages, including an entirely unknown script. The decipherment of the Ugaritic alphabet was achieved with remarkable speed. The French scholars Charles Viterlot and Edouard Dorme, along with the German Hans Bauer, worked independently and collaboratively in the early 1930s. The fact that the script had only 30 signs was itself a clue. It was clearly alphabetic, not logographic or syllabic. The language turned out to be a Semitic language closely related to Phoenician and Hebrew, which meant that once the sound values of the signs were established, the texts could be read with reference to known Semitic vocabulary and grammar. The Baal cycle was among the first major literary texts to be translated. Its impact on biblical scholarship was immediate and lasting. Scholars recognized parallels between Baal's victory over the sea god Yam and Yahweh's defeat of the sea in biblical poetry, between El's divine counsel and the divine counsel described in Psalms and Job, between the language used to describe Baal's theophany, his appearance in storm and lightning and thunder, and the language used to describe Yahweh's theophany in similar passages. The Ugaritic texts did not prove that the Bible borrowed from Canaanite mythology. They proved that the Bible emerged from the same cultural and literary world that Ugarit inhabited, that the poets who composed the Psalms and the prophetic literature were drawing on a shared Levantine tradition of religious imagery and poetic technique that was already ancient by the time it was written down in Hebrew.
Reshap's library, the texts he copied and maintained and shelved in the archive rooms of the palace, turned out to be the key to understanding the literary prehistory of one of the most influential textual traditions in human history. He did not know this. He copied the Baal cycle because it was sacred and beautiful, and because it was his job. He maintained the archive because the archive was the city's memory, and the city's memory was his responsibility. He wrote the king's last letter because the king told him to write it. He put the letter in the kiln because letters must be fired before they can be sent. And then the city burned, and the kiln burned, and the letter was fired anyway, by a fire that was not his, for a reason that had nothing to do with sending. The letter sits today in a museum. The cuneiform is as clear as the day it was inscribed. The king's words in Reshap's hand, or in the hand of whoever held the stylus that day, a hand we can identify by its pressure and its letter forms but cannot name, ask for help against ships on the horizon. The ships came. The help did not. After the destruction, the Levantine coast reorganized. The Phoenician cities to the south, Byblos, Sidon, Tyre, survived the collapse, diminished but intact. Over the following centuries, they rebuilt and expanded. They took the alphabetic principle that Ugarit had pioneered, and they refined it, streamlined it, carried it aboard their merchant ships to every corner of the Mediterranean. The Phoenician alphabet reached Greece by the 8th century BCE. It reached Italy. It reached North Africa. It reached Spain. Every letter you have read in this sentence descended through a chain of adaptations and borrowing spanning 3,000 years from the innovation that happened in a small room in a coastal city in Syria where a scribe pressed a reed stylus into wet clay and represented the sounds of human speech with 30 marks. The room burned. The marks survived. The scribe did not. That is the story of Ugarit. Not a story of conquest or glory or imperial ambition, a story of work, of daily, careful, painstaking, unglamorous work, copying texts, filing tablets, drafting letters, maintaining the archive that held the city's knowledge and the city's memory and the city's connections to the wider world. The work was done by people whose names we do not know, in rooms that were destroyed, for a civilization that ended in a single afternoon of fire and bronze-tipped arrows, and the work outlived everything. It outlived the palace and the temples and the harbor and the king and the empire and the entire Bronze Age world. It outlived the fire that was supposed to destroy it but instead preserved it. It outlived the 31 centuries of dirt and rain and silence that buried it. It outlived the farmer's plow that struck the stone slab in 1928, and the archaeologist who pulled the first tablet from the rubble, and the scholars who deciphered the script and published the texts, and argued about their meaning in academic journals and conferences and footnotes. The work is still here. The tablets are still legible. The alphabet is still in use. Reshap pressed a reed into clay. You are reading the consequence. That is not nothing. That is everything.
There is a place on earth where the jungle breathes through the mouths of stone gods, where roots as thick as cathedral columns have spent 800 years slowly prying apart the walls of temples that took 50 years to build.
where the faces of divine kings stare out from towers in every direction, north, south, east, west, their stone lips curved into a smile that is not quite compassion, not quite indifference, but something older than either. This place is Angkor. And if you have seen photographs of it, the iconic silhouette of 5 lotus bud towers reflected in a rectangular moat at dawn, the endless corridors of bas-relief carvings depicting wars and heavens and churning cosmic oceans, if you have seen even one image, then you already know something that most people who visit still struggle to articulate, that this place should not exist. Not here, not in the monsoon lowlands of what is now Cambodia, where the wet season turns the earth to soup and the dry season cracks it to dust. Not in a landscape without quarries nearby, without navigable rivers leading to the sea, without any of the obvious geographic advantages that explain why great civilizations rise where they do. And yet, Angkor was, at its peak in the 12th and 13th centuries, the largest pre-industrial city on Earth. Not one of the largest, the largest, period. Its urban footprint, and we know this now from laser scanning technology called LiDAR that can see through the jungle canopy to the ground beneath, its urban footprint stretched across roughly 1,000 square kilometers. For comparison, medieval Paris occupied about 8, London perhaps 6. Angkor was not a city in the way we imagine ancient cities, a dense cluster of buildings behind walls. It was something stranger and in many ways more modern. It was a vast, low-density urban sprawl, a dispersed metropolitan landscape of temples, reservoirs, canals, rice paddies, neighborhoods, and roads, all organized around a hydraulic infrastructure so precise and so extensive that engineers who study it today still shake their heads. The Khmer did not just build temples, they engineered water. And in that engineering, in the audacious, almost insane ambition to control the monsoon itself, lies both the secret of their extraordinary power and the seed of their eventual collapse. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Let us begin where the stones begin, with the hands that shaped them. We do not know his name. We will never know his name, because the Khmer inscriptions that survive, and there are over 1,000 of them, carved in Sanskrit and Old Khmer on temple doorframes and freestanding stelae, record the names of kings, the names of gods, the quantities of rice and workers and gold donated to temples.
They record priests, generals, ministers. They do not record stone carvers. So let us call him what he was, a mason, a sculptor, one of the tens of thousands of artisans who spent their lives turning sandstone into scripture. He was born, let us say, around 1110 in the Common Era, in a village on the northern shore of the West Baray, the great western reservoir of Angkor. The West Baray was not a natural lake. It was an artificial basin, 8 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide, built by the labor of thousands under King Suryavarman I, roughly a century earlier. It held over 50 million cubic meters of water. From the edge of his village, looking south, the boy who would become our mason would have seen what looked like an inland sea, its surface broken only by the small temple island at its center, dedicated to Vishnu, shimmering in the heat. Water was everything. This is the first thing to understand about the Khmer. Before the temples, before the wars, before the gods carved into every available surface, water. The Tonle Sap, the great lake at the heart of Cambodia, is one of the most extraordinary hydrological features on Earth. During the dry season, it is a modest lake, perhaps 2,500 square kilometers. But during the monsoon, something happens that occurs nowhere else on this scale. The Mekong River, swollen with Himalayan snowmelt and monsoon rain, backs up. The flow of the Tonle Sap River, which normally drains the lake into the Mekong, reverses. Water floods backward into the lake, and the Tonle Sap swells to 5 or 6 times its dry season size, up to 16,000 square kilometers. The floodplain becomes a vast, nutrient-rich shallow sea. Fish breed in staggering quantities. The retreating waters leave behind silt-enriched soil, perfect for rice cultivation. This annual pulse, this breathing of the landscape, was the heartbeat of the Khmer world. But a heartbeat is not yet a civilization. A heartbeat is raw potential. What the Khmer did, what made them extraordinary, was build a system to capture, store, regulate, and distribute that water with a precision that no other pre-modern tropical civilization achieved. The barrays, the massive rectangular reservoirs, were the most visible component. The East Barray, built in the late 9th century, was 7 kilometers by 1.8 kilometers. The West Barray, even larger. These were not simply storage tanks. They were integrated into a network of canals, channels, dikes, and smaller reservoirs called trepiang that distributed water across the agricultural landscape. Rice paddies could be flooded and drained with control. Multiple harvests per year became possible. And that surplus, that extraordinary engineered surplus of rice, fed a population that some scholars estimate at 750,000 or even 1 million people in the greater Angkor region. 1 million people.
In the 12th century, sustained by rice and fish and an infrastructure invisible to anyone who was not looking for it, our Mason's father was a rice farmer. His father's father was a rice farmer. They worked land that belonged technically to a temple, which is to say, to the god housed in that temple, which is to say, to the king who had built that temple and donated the land and its people to the deity as an act of merit. The Khmer economy was, at its base, a temple economy. Land, labor, and rice flowed towards temples the way water flowed through canals, by design, by gravity, by the architecture of power. The boy showed an aptitude for carving. Perhaps a foreman noticed. Perhaps his village owed a labor rotation to the nearest temple workshop. However it happened, and we can only speculate because the lives of ordinary Khmer people are almost entirely invisible in the historical record. By his late teens, he was in Angkor itself, apprenticed to a workshop attached to the greatest construction project the world had ever seen. Angkor Wat was rising. King Surya Varman II came to power around 1113, possibly through violence, possibly through a contested succession. The inscriptions are diplomatically vague. What is not vague is his ambition. He was a devotee of Vishnu, unusual in a court that had traditionally favored Shiva, and he set out to build a temple that would serve simultaneously as his state temple, his mortuary monument, and a literal model of the Hindu cosmos rendered in stone. The result was Angkor Wat. We need to pause here, because Angkor Wat has become so famous, so reproduced on Cambodian flags and tourist brochures and Instagram feeds, that it is easy to lose the capacity for astonishment. So let us try to recover it. Angkor Wat is the largest religious monument ever constructed by human beings. Its outer enclosure measures approximately 1.5 kilometers by 1.3 kilometers. Its moat is 190 meters wide. The central tower rises 65 meters above the ground.
The temple is surrounded by a gallery whose walls are covered in bas-relief carvings that extend, in total, for approximately 800 meters. 800 meters of continuous carved narrative, battles, mythological scenes, heavens, hells, the churning of the ocean of milk, with thousands of individual figures, each rendered with anatomical precision and flowing grace. The entire structure is oriented to the west, which is unusual. Most Khmer temples face east. This western orientation has been interpreted as funerary, west being the direction of death in Hindu cosmology, which supports the theory that Angkor Wat was designed as Surya Varman's mortuary temple, the place where his spirit would merge with Vishnu after death. But the building is also an astronomical instrument.
At the spring equinox, the sun rises directly over the central tower when viewed from the western causeway. The dimensions of the temple encode cosmological numbers. The distances between architectural elements correspond to cycles of Hindu time, yugas, the great ages of the world. The temple is not a building. It is a diagram, a three-dimensional mandala, a bridge between the human and the divine, rendered in 5 million tons of sandstone. 5 million tons. The sandstone was quarried from Phnom Kulen, a plateau roughly 40 kilometers to the northeast. It was transported, and this is where engineering meets sheer human will, by canal and river, floated on rafts or barges to the construction site. Each block was cut, shaped, transported, and then fitted into place without mortar. The joints are so precise that in many places you cannot slide a razor blade between the blocks, even after 9 centuries of tropical heat and monsoon rain. Our mason arrived at the workshops as Angkor Wat was entering its middle phase of construction, perhaps around 1130. The outer galleries were taking shape. The bas-reliefs were being planned. The workforce was enormous. Modern estimates range from tens of thousands to perhaps 300,000 laborers over the project's roughly 35-year construction period. There were quarry workers, transporters, foundation layers, masons who shaped structural blocks, masons who carved decorative elements, and at the top of the artistic hierarchy, the sculptors who rendered the bas-relief narratives and the devata, the standing female figures, over 1,800 of them, each unique, each with a different hairstyle, different jewelry, different expression that line the walls and corridors of the temple. Our mason carved devata. This was not simple work. Each figure is roughly life-sized, carved in low relief directly into the sandstone wall blocks after they were set in place. The carvers worked from scaffolding, using iron chisels and stone hammers, translating designs that had been sketched or incised by master artists onto the prepared surface. The level of detail is extraordinary. Individual strands of hair, the texture of silk garments, the weight of gold earrings pulling on earlobes, the subtle asymmetry of a half-smile. He would have worked in teams. A master carver would rough out the figure. Specialists would handle different elements, one for the headdress, one for the jewelry, one for the floral borders. The division of labor was precise and hierarchical, like everything in the Khmer world. And he would have worked in heat. Angkor's average temperature hovers around 30 degrees Celsius. Humidity during the wet season approaches saturation. The sandstone itself absorbs and radiates heat. Working on scaffolding against a sun-facing wall in the Cambodian afternoon would have been physically brutal. But the work got done, block by block, figure by figure, gallery by gallery. And when you stand today in the southern gallery of Angkor Wat and look at the great bas-relief panel depicting the Battle of Kurukshetra from the Mahabharata, warriors and chariots, war elephants with raised trunks, soldiers falling with arrows in their chests,
commanders gesturing from beneath parasols. When you stand before this wall and realize that every single figure, every arrow, every leaf on every tree, every scale on every piece of armor was carved by hand, by someone standing on scaffolding in 35-degree heat, using hand tools, working hour after hour after hour. When you realize that this single panel is 49 meters long, then you begin to understand what the Khmer Empire actually was. It was not just a kingdom, it was a machine for converting rice into labor, and labor into stone, and stone into the divine. But every machine needs fuel, and the fuel of the Khmer machine was water. Let us go deeper into the hydraulic system, because without understanding it, nothing about anchor makes sense. The anchor plane sits between the Kulin Hills to the north and the Tonley Sap Lake to the south. The terrain slopes gently, very gently, perhaps 1 meter per kilometer from north to south. Monsoon rain falls heavily from May to October, then virtually stops. The challenge is simple to state and devilishly difficult to solve. How do you capture enough water during the wet season to sustain intensive rice agriculture during the dry season across a landscape that is simultaneously prone to flooding and drought? The Khmer answer evolved over centuries. The earliest capitals, Hariharalaya, near the modern town of Roluas, established in the late 9th century, already featured berets and temple mountains. King Indravarman I built the Indra Tataka, the first major beret at anchor around 877. His son, Yashovarman I, moved the capital north and built the East Beret, the massive reservoir that would anchor the hydraulic system for centuries. The system worked like this. Water from the Siem Reap River and from monsoon runoff was channeled into the berets through inlet canals. The berets stored the water during the wet season. During the dry season, water was released through outlet channels into a network of smaller canals and distribution channels that fed the rice paddies downstream. The entire system operated by gravity. No pumps, no mechanical devices, just a profound understanding of gradient, flow, and volume. But the system was not static. Each new king expanded it. New canals were dug, new reservoirs were added. The West Beret, built under Suryavarman I in the early 11th century, was the largest artificial body of water in the pre-modern world. Jayavarman VII in the late 12th century added the Jayatataka Beret in the northeast and an elaborate new canal network. And here is where the story turns.
Because a hydraulic system of this scale and complexity is not just an engineering achievement, it is a commitment. It requires constant maintenance. Canals silt up, dikes erode, inlet channels shift as rivers change course. The labor required to maintain the system, dredging, repairing, rebuilding, was enormous, year after year, generation after generation. As long as the center held, as long as the king could command the labor, as long as the rice surplus funded the temples, and the temples organized the labor, and the labor maintained the water system that produced the rice, the cycle sustained itself. But what if something disrupted the cycle? What if the rains changed? Our mason did not think about climate. Nobody in the 12th century thought about climate in the way we understand it. But he would have noticed things. He would have noticed, perhaps in his 30s, perhaps in the 1140s, that the rainy season was unpredictable. Some years the monsoon came late. Some years it was weak. Some years it came with a violence that overwhelmed the canals and flooded the paddies with muddy, silty water that killed the young rice shoots. He would have noticed because the food rations changed. When the harvest was poor, everyone felt it, including the temple workforce. The Khmer inscriptions are meticulous about recording the quantities of rice allocated to temple personnel. 3,000 measures of rice per year for this temple,
500 workers assigned to maintain that reservoir. The numbers are precise because the system depended on precision. And when the numbers stopped working, when the rice did not come in the expected quantities, the temples could not function, the labor could not be mobilized, the canals could not be maintained, and the next year's harvest was even worse. Modern climate science has confirmed what the mason might have sensed. Tree ring data from Vietnam and Thailand, sediment cores from the Angkor Berets themselves, and other paleoclimate proxies revealed that mainland Southeast Asia experienced significant climate instability in the 14th and 15th centuries. There were mega droughts, prolonged periods of reduced monsoon rainfall, interspersed with mega floods. The climate oscillated between extremes. The hydraulic system was designed for a climate that was variable, but within a certain range. It was optimized for the mean. It could handle a bad year, maybe two, but a decade of anomalous conditions, 2 decades? The system could not adapt fast enough. And there is evidence, physical, archaeological evidence, that the system was damaged in ways that were never repaired. The southwestern dike of the West Beret was breached by flood at some point in the 14th or 15th century. Canals in the eastern network silted up and were abandoned. The southern canal system shows signs of hasty, poorly engineered modifications, desperate patches, not systematic maintenance.
The machine was breaking down. But water was not the only pressure. Let us pull back and look at the geopolitical landscape. The Khmer Empire at its zenith, roughly 1100 to 1220, was the dominant power in mainland Southeast Asia. Its territory stretched from modern Cambodia across much of Thailand, Laos, and southern Vietnam. It projected power through a combination of military force, diplomatic marriage, religious prestige, and economic integration. Vassal states paid tribute. Trade flowed through the empire's roads and rivers. But by the 13th century, new powers were rising. To the west, the Thai peoples, ancestors of the modern Thai, were migrating southward from Yunnan, pushed by Mongol expansion in China. They established kingdoms in the upper Chao Phraya Valley. The most significant of these was Sukhothai, founded around 1238, which directly challenged Khmer control over the western provinces. Later, Ayutthaya, founded in 1351, became an even more formidable rival. To the east, the Vietnamese kingdom of Dai Viet was consolidating and expanding southward, a centuries-long process called Nam Tien, the southward advance, that would eventually swallow the Cham territories that had traditionally served as a buffer between Vietnam and Cambodia. The Khmer found themselves squeezed. Territory was lost, tribute dried up. The military campaigns required to defend the shrinking borders consumed resources that might otherwise have maintained the hydraulic infrastructure. And then there was religion. The Khmer Empire had been built on a foundation of Hindu-Buddhist royal cult. The king was a Devaraja, a god king, whose spiritual authority was manifested in the temple mountains he built and the rituals he performed. The entire political theology of the empire rested on the idea that the king was a living link between the cosmic and the terrestrial, and that the temples were the physical architecture of that link. But Theravada Buddhism, a more austere, egalitarian, and monastically organized form of Buddhism, was spreading through Southeast Asia in the 13th and 14th centuries, carried by monks trained in Sri Lanka and Lower Burma. Theravada did not require massive temple construction. It did not require a god king. It required monasteries, meditation, moral conduct, and the support of a monastic community through simple daily alms. The shift from the Brahminical Mahayana religious complex to Theravada Buddhism was gradual but profound. It undercut the ideological foundation of the entire Khmer system. If the king was not a god, why build god mountains? If merit could be earned through simple piety rather than massive temple donations, why allocate a quarter of the kingdom's rice to feed temple establishments? If the cosmic order was sustained by individual spiritual practice rather than royal ritual, what was the king actually for? The temples stopped being built. Not overnight.
But after Jayavarman VII, who was himself a Mahayana Buddhist and who built more temples and infrastructure than any Khmer king before or after Jayavarman VII, who died around 1218, the Great Construction Era effectively ended. His successors built smaller, less ambitious structures. Some of Jayavarman VII's own Buddhist imagery was defaced and converted to Hindu imagery under his successor, Jayavarman VIII, in a brief Hindu reaction. Then Theravada gained the upper hand definitively. The age of stone was over. The age of wood had begun. Theravada monasteries were built of timber and thatch. They were humble, impermanent, and they left almost no archaeological trace. Our Mason, if he lived long enough, and let us say he did, let us say he survived into his 60s, into the 1170s, would have witnessed the beginning of this transformation. He would have worked on Jayavarman VII's extraordinary building campaign, the Bayan Temple with its 200 serene stone faces, the walled city of Angkor Thom, the hospital chapels and rest houses that Jayavarman scattered along the empire's roads in an act of Buddhist compassion without precedent in Southeast Asian history. But he would also have noticed something strange. The pace was frantic. Jayavarman VII built more than all his predecessors combined, but he built fast, and the quality suffered. The sandstone blocks at the Bayan are less precisely fitted than those at Angkor Wat. The carvings, while extraordinary in their narrative ambition, are rougher, less refined. Scholars debate whether this reflects aesthetic choice or practical constraint, a king building so much so fast that the workforce was stretched beyond its capacity. Our Mason would have known. He would have felt it in his hands. The stone was not as well selected. The apprentices were not as well trained. The foremen were pushing for speed over precision. More temples, more faces, more galleries, faster, faster, as if the king knew, somehow, intuitively, that this was the last chance, that the window was closing, that the world that made this kind of building possible was ending, and every stone set in place before it ended was a message to the future. Build it now or never. Let us talk about Jayavarman VII, because he is inescapable. He came to power late. He was already in his 50s, perhaps his 60s, when he took the throne around 1181. He came to power through war. The Cham Kingdom of southern Vietnam had launched a devastating naval attack on Angkor in 1177, sailing up the Tonle Sap, sacking the capital, killing the king. It was the worst military catastrophe in Khmer history. Jayavarman rallied the armies, defeated the Cham in a naval battle on the Tonle Sap itself, and claimed the throne as liberator and restorer. But he was not interested in restoration. He was interested in transformation.
He was a fervent Mahayana Buddhist. His Buddhism was not the quiet, contemplative variety. It was messianic. He saw himself as a bodhisattva, a being who delays his own enlightenment in order to save all sentient beings from suffering. And he built accordingly. The Bayon, his state temple at the exact center of Angkor Thom, is like nothing else in Khmer architecture. Instead of a single central tower, it is a forest of towers,
Originally 49, now 37 survive, each carved on all four sides with enormous serene faces. Whose faces? Scholars have debated this for a century. The Buddha? Brahma? Jayavarman himself? Perhaps all three simultaneously, merged in the royal Buddhist theology that the king embodied. The effect when you walk through the Bayon is overwhelming and slightly unnerving. Wherever you turn, a face is watching you. Not with judgment, not with anger, with something that looks like infinite patience, infinite compassion, infinite awareness. 216 faces watching from every direction. The bas-reliefs at the Bayon are different from those at Angkor Wat. Angkor Wat's reliefs depict mythology and royal ceremony, the cosmic and the courtly. The Bayon's outer gallery reliefs depict everyday life, fishermen casting nets, market sellers arguing over prices, cockfights, childbirth, people cooking over open fires, soldiers marching with their families trailing behind, carrying pots and chickens. It is, in effect, the first documentary film, a panoramic portrait of Khmer society as it actually was, not as theology imagined it, but as people lived it. Scholars have extracted extraordinary detail from these carvings. We know what Khmer houses looked like, stilted with thatched roofs. We know what they ate: fish, rice, fruits, and something that appears to be a Chinese-style stir-fry. We know their games, their festivals, their military tactics, their merchant vessels. Our mason may have carved some of these scenes, and if he did, he would have been doing something remarkable, something that no Khmer artist before him had been asked to do. He would have been carving the ordinary, the mundane, the human. Not gods, not myths, people. It is tempting to read this as Jayavarman VII's great innovation, the democratization of sacred art, the insistence that everyday life was as worthy of eternal stone as divine mythology. And perhaps it was, but it might also have been something simpler. It might have been a record. A king who sensed that his world was changing, who had watched it nearly destroyed by the Charm invasion and rebuilt it through sheer force of will, might have wanted to preserve it, to carve it into stone, so that even if everything else was lost, someone in the future would know. This is what we were. This is how we lived. Remember us. After Jayavarman VII, the historical record thins. This itself is significant.
The Khmer inscriptions, which had been produced in great numbers from the 9th century through the 12th, virtually ceased after Jayavarman VII's reign. The last major Sanskrit inscription at Angkor dates to 1327. After that, near silence. We know from Chinese diplomatic records, the Chinese maintained detailed accounts of their tributary and trading relationships with Southeast Asian kingdoms, that Angkor continued to function as a capital through the 13th and into the 14th century. The Chinese envoy Zhao Daguan visited Angkor in 1296 to 1297 and left a detailed account that is, for many aspects of Khmer daily life, our single most important source. Zhao Daguan describes a functioning, prosperous city. He describes the royal palace, the temples, the markets. He describes the people, their clothing, their customs, their food, their bathing habits. They bathed frequently, which impressed him. He describes the system of justice, the role of monks, the prevalence of slavery. But he also describes a city under pressure. He mentions conflicts with the Thai kingdoms. He notes that many of the temples are already showing signs of neglect. He describes the forest pressing in at the edges of the city. And then, within a century and a half of Zhao Daguan's visit, Angkor was abandoned as a capital. The traditional date is 1431, when Thai armies from Ayutthaya sacked Angkor. But the reality was probably not a single dramatic event. It was a process.
The court had been shifting southward toward Phnom Penh and the confluence of the Mekong and Tonle Sap rivers for decades. The hydraulic system was failing. The population was declining. The temples were being repurposed or abandoned. Angkor did not fall in a day. It faded. It dispersed. It was slowly released back to the forest, and the forest took it. Here is what the forest does to a stone temple over 800 years. First, the seeds, carried by birds, by wind, by the droppings of fruit bats that roost in the dark corridors. Seeds lodge in cracks, in the joints between blocks, in the carved niches, in the channels where rainwater collects. A fig seed, a silk cotton seed, a strangler fig. Then the roots, hair thin at first, seeking moisture, finding it in the micro crevices of the sandstone. The roots grow. They follow the joints between blocks, widening them millimeter by millimeter. They descend along walls, thickening, becoming woody, becoming structural. Then the crown. The tree rises above the temple, its canopy shading the stone, its leaves dropping acid rain of decomposing organic matter that etches the carved surfaces. The roots, now as thick as a human torso, wrap around columns, pry apart lintels, lift entire blocks out of alignment. And then, and this is the strange paradox, the tree holds the temple together.
Because once the roots have infiltrated every joint and wrapped every wall, removing the tree would collapse the structure. The tree and the temple become one organism, a symbiosis of destruction and preservation. Ta Prohm, the temple that Jayavarman VII dedicated to his mother, is the most famous example. The French conservators who began restoring Angkor in the early 20th century deliberately left Ta Prohm in its semi-consumed state as a testament to the power of the jungle. The silk cotton trees and strangler figs that engulf its walls have become as iconic as the carvings beneath them. But Ta Prohm is not a ruin, it is a collaboration between human ambition and natural process, between the impulse to build and the impulse to reclaim, between memory and forgetting. Our mason would not recognize it. The corridors where he once worked by torchlight, carving delicate apsara dancers into wall panels, are now root-choked tunnels where the light filters green through leaf canopy overhead. The faces he carved have been softened by centuries of moisture and lichen. Some have been stolen. The art theft from Angkor, particularly in the 20th century, is one of the great cultural crimes in history, and sit now in private collections in Geneva or New York, divorced from their context, stripped of their meaning. But many remain, thousands of them. Devata standing in their carved niches, their stone eyes looking out through curtains of roots, waiting.
What killed the Khmer Empire? The question is still debated, and the honest answer is everything at once. Climate change destabilized the hydraulic system. The hydraulic system's failure reduced agricultural output. Reduced output weakened the state's ability to mobilize labor. Without labor, the infrastructure decayed further. Meanwhile, the Thai kingdoms pressed from the west, capturing provinces, absorbing populations. The shift to Theravada Buddhism eroded the ideological foundation of the God-king system. Trade routes shifted. The growth of maritime commerce through the Straits of Malacca redirected wealth away from the inland Khmer centers toward coastal ports. No single cause, a cascade. A system too complex, too interdependent, too optimized for a specific set of conditions, and when those conditions changed, the system could not adapt. There is a lesson here that resonates uncomfortably with the present. The Khmer built a civilization of extraordinary sophistication around the management of a natural resource, water, that they could control only within limits. When the climate shifted those limits, the system that had made them powerful became the system that destroyed them. Their greatest strength, their hydraulic infrastructure, became their greatest vulnerability. They were, in a sense, too good at engineering. They had optimized so thoroughly for one set of conditions that they had no slack, no redundancy, no fallback. When the monsoon pattern shifted, there was no plan B.
It should. But the Khmer did not disappear. This is the other crucial point. The empire collapsed. The capital moved. The great temples were abandoned to the forest. But the Khmer people, their language, their culture, their identity, survived. Modern Cambodia is the direct descendant of the Khmer Empire. The Cambodian language is the descendant of Old Khmer. The Khmer script descends from the Khmer script. Angkor Wat appears on the Cambodian flag. It has appeared on every Cambodian flag since the 19th century, regardless of the political regime. The temples were never truly forgotten. Buddhist monks continued to maintain Angkor Wat as a pilgrimage site even after the capital moved south. Local people always knew the temples were there. The idea that Angkor was lost and then discovered by French explorers in the 19th century is a colonial myth, a narrative that served European interests by implying that the contemporary Cambodians were incapable of having built such wonders, and that it took European science to recognize and preserve them. The Cambodians always knew. They always remembered. The temples were never lost to them. What was lost for a time was the ability to read the inscriptions. Old Khmer and Sanskrit literacy declined after the shift to Theravada Buddhism and the Pali scriptural tradition. But the temples themselves remained sacred. They remained Cambodian. And in the 20th century, Cambodia's relationship with its Angkorian past became painfully, tragically complicated. The Khmer Rouge regime of 1975 to 1979, one of the most devastating episodes of mass violence in modern history, explicitly invoked Angkorian greatness as part of its ideology. The regime claimed that if the Khmer ancestors could build Angkor, the modern Khmer could build an agrarian utopia. The parallels were grotesque. The Khmer Rouge used forced labor to build irrigation systems, just as the Khmer kings had. But where the ancient system was sophisticated and effective, the Khmer Rouge canals were poorly engineered, often useless, and built at the cost of hundreds of thousands of lives. The past can be weaponized. Memory can be distorted. A civilization's greatest achievements can be twisted into justifications for its descendants' worst atrocities. This, too, is part of the Khmer story, and it is not a comfortable part. Let us return to the Mason. Let us give him his ending. He lived, let us say, into the reign of Jayavarman VII. He was old now, old for the 12th century, old by any measure. His hands, which had once held a chisel with the precision of a surgeon, were stiff and swollen. The joints ached in the wet season. The scars from a lifetime of stone dust and iron tools had turned his fingers into a map of his work. He had carved perhaps 10,000 figures in his life. Devata, Apsaras, warriors.
Demons,
Nagas, the great serpents that lined every causeway and balustrade. Lions, Garudas, the face of the Buddha, over and over and over, each time slightly different, each time the same. He had watched Angkor Wat rise from its foundations to its full, staggering height. He had watched the Bayan take shape, that strange, wonderful, unsettling forest of faces. He had carved scenes of daily life that he knew from his own childhood: fishermen on the Tanle Sap, women selling fruit in the market, children playing in the shade of the wooden houses. He had outlived 2 kings and served a third. He had survived the charmed sack of 1177, hiding in the flooded forests north of the city while the invaders burned the wooden palace and carried off the treasury. He had returned to find his workshop destroyed, his tools scattered, his partially carved panels defaced by soldiers who could not read their meaning. And then he had built again, because that is what builders do. He did not know, could not know, that the world he was building would outlast every other world built by his contemporaries. He did not know that the temples of Angkor would still be standing when the cathedrals of medieval Europe were barely imagined. He did not know that people from countries he had never heard of would one day travel across the world to stand before his carvings and feel, what? Wonder? Reverence? The particular vertiginous awe that comes from standing in the presence of human achievement so far beyond the ordinary that it seems almost impossible? He did not know any of this. He knew only the stone, the weight of the chisel, the angle of the cut, the way sandstone behaves when struck with just the right force, how it fractures cleanly along the grain if you understand it, and shatters unpredictably if you don't. He knew that every figure he carved was an offering, not to the king, though the king commanded it, not to the gods, though the gods received it, to the stone itself, to the act of making, to the ancient, stubborn, profoundly human refusal to leave the world unmarked. I was here. I made this. This is what my hands could do. Today, Angkor is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Millions of tourists visit each year. The temples have been extensively restored and extensively damaged by the combined forces of conservation, tourism, looting, war, and weather. The hydraulic system is gone. The berets survive as landscape features. The West Beret still holds water. The East Beret is a dry plain farmed by local families. But the canal network that once sustained 1 million people has been obliterated by centuries of neglect, forest growth, and modern development.
LiDAR technology, deployed in a series of groundbreaking aerial surveys beginning in 2012, has revealed the full extent of what was lost. The laser scans show a vast, planned urban landscape extending far beyond the temples. Neighborhoods, industrial areas, agricultural grids, roads, bridges, ponds, a city of breathtaking scale hidden beneath the forest canopy, invisible to the naked eye, but perfectly preserved in the topography of the soil. We can see it now, the whole thing, the entire machine, the complete system that the Khmer built and maintained for 5 centuries, and that the forest buried for 5 centuries after that. And what we see is humbling, because it confirms what the temples already told us, but on a scale that even the temples could not convey. This was not a collection of monuments. This was a civilization, a complete, functioning, brilliantly engineered civilization that solved problems of urban planning, water management, agricultural production, and population density that we are still struggling with today. The Khmer figured out how to sustain 1 million people in a tropical monsoon environment without destroying it.
They did it for 500 years. And then climate change, geopolitical competition, and systemic overextension brought it down. The parallels to our own moment are so obvious that it feels almost vulgar to state them, but let us state them anyway. We too have built a global civilization optimized for a specific set of climatic conditions. We too have engineered systems of extraordinary complexity to manage water, produce food, and sustain unprecedented population densities. We too face climate disruption, geopolitical competition, and the question of whether our systems are resilient enough to withstand the shocks that are coming. The Khmer are not a cautionary tale, they are a mirror. And somewhere in the jungle, in the green twilight where the silk cotton trees have wrapped their roots around the carved doorways and the lichen has softened the faces of the Devata into something ghostly and serene, somewhere in that jungle the work of the mason endures. Not perfectly, not completely. Some of his figures have been stolen, some have been weathered to smooth abstraction. Some have been shattered by falling masonry or cracked by the slow, relentless pressure of growing roots. But some remain, hundreds of them, thousands, standing in their niches, holding their lotus flowers, wearing their stone jewelry, smiling that specific Khmer smile, serene, knowing, compassionate, eternal, that has been called the most beautiful expression in the history of sculpture. They do not speak, stone cannot speak, but they say something nonetheless. They say, we were here, we built this, we understood the water and the stone and the monsoon and the stars. We organized 1 million people into a functioning world. We fed them, we housed them. We gave them gods to worship and beauty to contemplate, and a place, a magnificent, improbable, heart-stoppingly beautiful place to call home. We did this with our hands, with chisels and hammers and monsoon water and rice and faith and 5 million tons of sandstone carried 40 kilometers through the jungle on wooden rafts. We did this. And then the rains changed, and the forest came, and the world forgot. But the stone remembers. The stone always remembers. And somewhere in the root-choked darkness of Ta Prohm, where the tourists' camera flashes briefly illuminate the carved dancers before the green twilight swallows them again, somewhere in that darkness the mason's hands are still visible. In the curve of a hip, in the drape of a silk sampot, in the precise, delicate rendering of a single lotus petal, carved 900 years ago by a man whose name was never recorded, whose life left no trace in any inscription, whose existence can only be inferred from the work he left behind. But what work! What extraordinary, impossible, beautiful work! The chisel marks are still there. You can see them if you look closely. Small, confident strokes, the signature of a hand that knew exactly what it was doing. The Khmer built heaven on earth. The earth took it back. But the stones, the carved, shaped, fitted, sculpted, polished, sacred stones, the stones are still speaking. All we have to do is listen. All we have ever had to do is listen. And the faces on the Bayon, those 216 faces, looking out in every direction, smiling that ancient smile, they are still listening too, waiting, patient, as if they have all the time in the world, as if time itself is the one thing they were always designed to outlast. And perhaps they were right.
What if I told you that the first great civilization of the Andes wasn't an empire, a cow? It was a dream factory.
The current speaks of ages past, a voice from the earth itself, a place where water holds the echoes of gods.
A boy named Amaru went into the mountain's belly to carve forever Bar, and came out knowing that the stone was the least of it.
All right, legends, let's dive into the story of the Chavin, the civilization that carved eternity into the Andes and then vanished into the thin mountain air.
There's a place in the high Andes where two rivers meet, the Mosna and the Huachexa, and where the earth itself seems coiled, ready to strike. If you walk there today, you'll find a stone temple complex, half devoured by landslides and the wet breath of centuries, sitting at 3,180 meters above the sea, cold as a tomb and alive as a heartbeat. The locals call it Chavin de Huántar. Archaeologists call it the first great pan-Andean civilization, but I call it the place where the gods learned to speak through stone, through water, through thorn and vine and the blood of echo.
This is the story of that place and of a boy named Amaru who entered its labyrinth with a chisel in his hand and a question in his heart, and who spent his whole life learning that the real architecture wasn't the temple, it was the sound of water in a granite throat, the drum of a conch shell under the influence of San Pedro cactus, the way a jaguar's growl could travel through a mile of dark galleries and emerge as a whisper in the central sanctuary. Because the Chavin didn't build an empire of swords, they built an empire of perception. I want to tell you this story from the inside, from the hands of the man who carved the snarling mouth of the god, from the souls of the pilgrims who walked 100 days to see the light disappear into the earth, from the lungs of the oracle who breathed smoke and spoke in tongues.
And I want to do it slowly, because the Chavin did nothing fast. They worked in granite and basalt, in irrigation canals that still flow after 3,000 years, in acoustic galleries that transform footsteps into thunder. So let's take the time. 50 minutes from now, you will understand why without the Chavin, there would be no Incas, no Moche, no Nazca, no Andean world as we know it. You will understand why archaeology sometimes has to get high on cactus to understand the past, and you will never hear the sound of water the same way again. Amaru was born around 820 BCE in one of the stone and adobe houses that huddled near the temple platform. His mother was a weaver of cotton cloth that she traded to the pilgrims who brought spondylus shells from the coast, obsidian from the Quispicisa source, and cinnabar from the far south.
His father had been a stoneworker before him, one of the hundreds who had spent their lives quarrying granite from the Pukcha riverbed and dragging it up the slope to the temple's ever-expanding platforms.
But Amaru's father had died young, his lungs full of granite dust, and left Amaru with only a basalt chisel in the memory of his hands, huge hands that could hold a maul steady while the stone flaked away in long singing sheets. From the age of 7, Amaru belonged not to his mother's house, but to the temple. He was apprenticed to Concha, the old master carver, a man whose face was as weathered as the rock he shaped, and whose one good eye could see the hidden grain inside a boulder before the first strike. Concha had worked on the old temple, the pea-shaped platform with its sunken circular plaza, and was now leading the expansion of the new temple, with its great rectangular pyramid and the series of subterranean galleries that snaked underneath it like the root system of a stone tree.
At that moment, when I later stood in the damp galleries of Chavin and traced the carvings with my fingers, I remembered that historians still debate the exact sequence of the temple's construction. Richard Berger, the archaeologist who led the major excavations in the 1970s and who wrote the definitive monograph on Chavin, argued that the old temple was built around 900 BCE and the new temple gradually added up to about 500 BCE.
His sequence, published by Thames and Hudson in 1995 under the title Chavin and the Origins of Andean Civilization, is the backbone most of us rely on. But others, like Dr. Sylvia Rodriguez Kemble, have used architectural stratigraphy to suggest that the entire complex was a continuous, layered project, a single evolving idea, not two distinct phases. That argument rages in academic journals to this day. For Amaru, of course, none of that mattered.
He only knew that the temple was a living thing, growing new wings and galleries every dry season, consuming stone like a crouching beast. Every morning, Amaru would wake before the sun climbed over the eastern ridge, drink a gourd of maize beer with his mother, and walk the beaten path to the quarry. The granite here was speckled with white feldspar and black biotite, and when it fractured, the fresh surface gleamed like fish scales. They worked without iron. All they had was basalt mauls, quartzite hammerstones, sand abrasives, and time. Endless time. A single tenon head, one of those snarling, fanged faces with bulging eyes and protruding noses that you see in museums now, took a team of carvers 2 dry seasons to finish. The head had to be shaped in precise proportion to the torso block that would be set into the wall, with a spike projecting from the back to anchor it into the masonry.
Concha would first trace the design with ochre on the raw rock, his hand steady as a surgeon's, and then Amaru would spend weeks pecking away the background with a small hammerstone, his eyes trained on the master's marks. The fangs came last, long triangular canines that interlocked in a grimace that was half smile, half threat. Every fang had to be undercut so that shadows would collect beneath it and make the mouth appear to be moving when the torchlight flickered. That was the mastery of Concha. He understood not just the stone, but the flame. He knew that these carvings would never be seen in full daylight. They would live in the dark, in the labyrinth, under the dancing tongue of resin-soaked torches, and they had to perform under those conditions. The first time Amaru was allowed to carve a fang by himself, he was 14.
It was a small one of the secondary canines on a figure that would eventually be mortared into the west face of the new temple. He worked on that fang for 33 days, positioning his basalt point at the same angle Concha had taught him, 45 degrees from the horizontal, striking not with his arm, but with the rotation of his shoulder, dropping the hammerstone like a falling bird. On the 33rd day, when the last grain of granite fell away and the tooth stood clear, Concha grunted, "It will hold shadows." That was the highest praise a stone carver could receive. That tooth is still there, by the way. It is still holding shadows. But the carvings were only the skin of the temple. Its soul, its inner organic tissue, was the network of galleries underneath. I need to describe these galleries to you because without understanding them, you cannot understand what Chalin was really doing. Picture a maze of narrow corridors excavated into the earth, walled and roofed with fitted stone slabs, their ceilings just high enough for a person to walk crouched or upright, depending on the gallery. Some corridors were dead-ended, some turned at right angles, some sloped downward into utter blackness. But the most crucial feature was the water. The builders of Chavin had channeled a spring from the surrounding mountains into a series of stone-lined canals that ran beneath the temple floors and through the galleries. The water rushed through these canals at high velocity, creating a sound that, inside the confined stone spaces, was not a trickle, but a roar, a deep percussive thunder that vibrated through the stone and through your bones. Archaeologists now call this a hydraulic acoustic system, which is a very dry way of saying the temple was built as a musical instrument played by water. When Amaru was a boy, he was forbidden to enter the galleries.
But Concha needed him to help position a new canal stone one day, and so he descended for the first time into the labyrinth. He never forgot the sound. The moment he stepped out of the sunlight and into the mouth of that dark corridor, the noise enveloped him. It was not just heard, it was felt. It came up through his bare feet from the wet flagstones. It pressed against his chest like a physical weight. It resonated in his sinuses. The water was invisible. It ran behind a wall of stone in a narrow channel about 40 centimeters wide, but its voice was enormous. Later, when he had grown into a man and was permitted into the deepest sanctuary, he would learn that the water could be controlled. There were stone gates that could be opened or closed to redirect the flow, altering the pitch and volume of the roar. During the dry season, the water was quieter, a sibilant hiss like a giant serpent.
During the rains, when the mountain springs swelled, it became a bellow that made the very Lanzon, the central stone idol, seem to hum. That Lanzon, let me tell you about it, because it is the single most important sculpture in the Chavin universe. It stands over 4.5 meters tall, a shaft of white granite carved into the shape of a human figure with a jaguar's mouth and clawed hands and feet. It is not human, not animal, but a hybrid, a shamanic being frozen in mid-transformation. The eyes stare upward, the fangs interlock, and one hand is raised with the palm facing outward, a gesture that scholars still argue about. Greeting? Warning? A sign of the axis mundi, the cosmic tree? The Lanzon sits in the very center of a cruciform gallery, a cross-shaped chamber deep underground, and is oriented to the 4 cardinal directions. Amaru never touched the Lanzon. No carver was allowed to.
It predated the new temple, predated Concha, predated perhaps even the oldest memories of the priesthood. It was the thing, the source. When pilgrims came from the coast, from the highlands, from the jungle lowlands to the east, they were led down through the galleries to this chamber. And in the darkness, with the water roaring and the acrid smoke of San Pedro cactus burning in their lungs, the Lanzon was illuminated suddenly by a torch, and the god was revealed, a towering thing of fang and claw, staring down at them with an expression that was neither cruelty nor compassion, but simple otherness. Many pilgrims wept, some fainted. A few, the priests claimed, never returned to the surface the same. They emerged transformed, speaking in new rhythms, their eyes seeing spirits in the mountain mists.
Now, I'm going to tell you something that sounds absurd, but it's one of the most well-founded pieces of research on Chavin. When archaeologists and anthropologists studied the iconography at Chavin, they noticed that the creatures depicted, the jaguars, the birds of prey, the caimans, the serpents, were all Amazonian species, not highland ones. This led them to propose that the Chavin cult had roots in the tropical lowlands, perhaps among shamanic traditions that used psychoactive plants. And indeed, the stone carvings at Chavin are full of depictions of plants that can be pharmacologically identified. The San Pedro cactus, for instance, which contains mescaline, is shown in several sculptures being held by supernatural beings. In modern research, Dr. Constantino Torres and others have identified these as representations of the Trichocereus pachani cactus, which was used in shamanic rituals throughout the Andes. Chemical analysis of stone bowls and ceramic vessels from the site has even found residues consistent with mescaline.
The Chavin priests were quite literally tripping, and they were engineering the experience for their pilgrims. This wasn't some chaotic orgy of drug use. It was highly ritualized, technologically sophisticated mind control. The drug, the darkness, the disorienting sound of water, the labyrinthine architecture, and the sudden appearance of the monstrous Lanzon
All of it was a sensory assault designed to break down the ego and rebuild it in the image of the cult. Amaru, of course, didn't think of it in those terms. For him, the priests were simply powerful. They could see into the other world. But now, when I put down my trowel at the end of a dig day and look at the stone canals and the ventilation shafts and the acoustics, I am fairly certain that the priests were engineers first and mystics second, and they were brilliant engineers. Amaru came of age during the height of Chavin's influence.
By 750 BCE, the temple had become a pilgrimage center that attracted people from as far as the Pacific coast, 250 kilometers away, and from the tropical rainforests on the eastern slopes of the Andes. You could walk into the temple precinct on any day of the dry season and hear a dozen languages being spoken: the Quechua of the highlands, the Muchic of the coast, the Arawak dialects of the jungle. Merchants displayed their wares in the plazas, shimmering stacks of spondylus shells, prized for their red and orange spines, packets of cinnabar wrapped in llama leather, obsidian blades so sharp you could shave with them, bales of cotton dyed indigo and scarlet, feathered headdresses made from the plumes of macaws and harpy eagles. The priesthood controlled the distribution of these goods, and the temple became wealthy, though it never accumulated wealth in the form of gold or silver, because those were not yet valued in the Andes.
Wealth at Chavin was measured in shells, in pigment, in labor, in the number of carved stone heads that adorned the temple walls. By the time Amaru was in his 20s, there were over 100 tenon heads on the outer face of the new temple, each one a snarling, fanged face staring out at the approaching pilgrims. The heads were arranged in a pattern that, when lit by the setting sun, cast long, claw-like shadows across the masonry. The effect was of a temple made of beasts. Amaru's own contribution to this bestiary grew year by year. He became Kancha's second-in-command, leading a team of up to 12 men. They specialized in the most complex iconographic form of all, the staff god.
This was a figure that appeared on textiles, on bone carvings, on the great Raimondi stela that now stands in the Museo Nacional de Arqueología in Lima, a standing anthropomorphic being holding a staff in each hand, with a face that is simultaneously human and feline, with snakes woven through the hair and claws protruding from the feet. The staff guard was the central deity of the Chavin pantheon, the being who embodied the synthesis of heaven, earth, and underworld, and whose image would be inherited by later Andean cultures, the Moche, the Tiwanaku, the Wari, even the Inca. To carve this figure correctly was to align oneself with the cosmic order. Amaru spent 3 years on one particular staff god panel that was destined for the main ceremonial gate of the new temple. He carved it not on a separate block, but in situ, working directly on a massive granite slab that had been set into the wall. He carved the eyes first, wide, elliptical, with incised pupils that stared at something behind the viewer. Then the mouth, a double row of interlocking fangs, each one undercut to trap shadow. Then the staves, which transformed into serpent heads at both ends, and the serpent heads had feathers, and the feathers became claws. The whole composition was a hallucinogenic knot of transformations, a visual theology that said everything is becoming something else. Jaguars become humans, who become eagles, who become snakes, who become gods. Nothing is stable. It was while carving this panel that Amaru first experienced the San Pedro cactus directly, not by choice. According to the customs of the temple, the master carver of a sacred panel had to be purified before the final dedication. Purification involved a night of vigil inside the cruciform gallery, in the presence of the lanzon, with a priest present to administer the cactus juice. Amaru had avoided this his whole life, dreading the loss of control. but Kancha insisted. So, on the night of the new moon, Amaru was led down the dark corridor by a priest named Puma Kuntur, a man whose face was painted with white clay and cinnabar stripes to mimic the jaguar's mask. Amaru knelt on a cold stone floor. Puma Kuntur produced a gourd containing a bitter, viscous green liquid, the juice of the San Pedro, boiled down to a concentrate. Amaru drank. The taste was foul, like earth and copper and the rind of some unripe fruit. He waited. The water and the canal behind the Lanzon was at its dry-seasoned whisper, a soft, rustling sigh. After about 40 minutes, he began to feel the first effects. The shadows on the Lanzon's face seemed to shift. The fangs appeared to elongate and retract, as if breathing. The eyes, those upturned, wide-open eyes, suddenly focused on him, and in that moment Amaru understood that the god was not a representation. The god was present.
The stone was the door, and the door was open. I should tell you, because honesty matters in this kind of work, that I am reconstructing Amaru's experience based on the testimony of modern ethnographers who have participated in San Pedro ceremonies among Andean shamans. Dr. Douglas Sharon, working along the north coast of Peru in the 1970s, documented how San Pedro induces a state of heightened visionary awareness where the user sees the vibración, a shimmering energy field that surrounds all living things. In many shamanic traditions, the purpose of the cactus is not to escape reality, but to see it more clearly, to perceive the hidden connections between things. So when I say Amaru saw the Lanzon's face move, I am not speaking metaphorically. In his chemically altered state, the boundary between subject and object dissolved, and the stone became alive. This was the intended effect.
The priests of Chavin designed the entire ritual, the drink, the darkness, the water sound, the labyrinth, to produce exactly this result. The temple was a machine for manufacturing the sacred. Amaru emerged from the gallery at dawn, staggering into the thin mountain light with his mind rearranged. His hands, he said later, knew the stone from the inside. For the next month, he worked on the staff god panel with an intensity that frightened his apprentices. He no longer pecked from the outside. He seemed to be pulling the image out of the rock, as if the god was already there, waiting under the surface, and his job was simply to remove the excess. The finished panel was, by all accounts, the finest in the new temple, finer even than conscious work, the old master himself admitted.
It was set above the main eastern entrance, where the first light of the solstice sunrise would strike the staves and make them seem to burst into flame. But the high point of Amaru's career coincided with a turning point in the temple's fortune. The year was roughly 550 BCE. Chavin had been the dominant religious force in the Andes for 3 centuries, but things were beginning to fray. New cultural centers were emerging. On the coast, the Paracas and the early Cupisnic were developing their own iconographic traditions, borrowing heavily from Chavin, but adding their own local twists. In the highlands, regional elites were building smaller ceremonial centers that imitated Chavin's architecture, sunken plazas, U-shaped platforms, but without the central authority of the Chavin priesthood. The monopoly on revelation was cracking. Pilgrims still came, but fewer of them. The long-distance trade routes were shifting as Lama caravans found new paths that bypassed the Mosna Valley.
Within the temple itself, there were tensions between the old guard, Concha's generation, who believed that the power of the cult lay in the stone and the ritual, and the younger generation, who saw that the real power was political, control of the obsidian source, control of shell distribution.
Amaru was caught in the middle. He was 40 years old, a respected master carver, his hands covered in scars and granite dust permanently embedded in his knuckles. But he was not a priest and not a politician. He only knew how to shape stone. Let me pause here and bring in another piece of modern research. For a long time, archaeologists assumed that Chavin's decline was the result of invasion or natural disaster, an earthquake perhaps, or a conquering army. But the excavations led by Dr. John Rick at Chavin de Huantar since the 1990s have revealed something more disturbing and more interesting. According to Rick's team, the temple shows evidence of deliberate, systematic decommissioning.
The water channels were deliberately blocked. The galleries were filled with stones and debris. The tenon heads were pulled from the walls and smashed, and not casually, but with a ritualistic violence that suggests a determined effort to close the temple's power forever. Rick argues in his 2008 paper in the journal World Archaeology and subsequent publications that Chavin did not simply fade, it was violently rejected. The very technology that had made the priesthood powerful, the acoustic manipulation, the drug-induced revelations, ultimately backfired. The pilgrims and local communities who had once submitted to the oracle's authority began to resent it. They saw the priests not as intermediaries with the gods, but as manipulators who had enslaved their minds.
And so they rose up, not to destroy the temple, but to deactivate it, to plug the water channels, to silence the roaring galleries, to break the stone faces that had once spoken with the voice of the divine. Amaru witnessed this decommissioning. In his 52nd year, a mob came up the valley, not an army, but a crowd of villagers from the surrounding settlements, some of them former pilgrims, some of them the descendants of the masons and carvers who had built the temple in the first place. They carried heavy mauls and wooden levers. They did not burn or destroy the whole complex. That was not the point. They methodically entered the galleries, broke the sluice gates of the water channels, and filled the corridors with earth and rubble. They pried the tenon heads from the walls and defaced them. They knocked off the noses, the fangs, the protruding eyes, a ritual blinding. Amaru stood by the quarry and watched.
He did not try to stop them. Some part of him, the part that had spent a night under the influence of San Pedro and had seen the other world, understood that this was a sacred act in its own right, the ending of a cycle. Concha, old and nearly blind now, stood beside him and said, "The stone will remember. The stone remembers everything, but we will not be here to hear it speak again." After the decommissioning, the temple was abandoned. The plazas grew over with thorn bushes, the drainage canals clogged with silt. The mountain, always patient, began the slow work of reclaiming the stone. Amaru lived another 10 years, helping to build a small, unassuming village on the flattened top of a nearby hill, a village that used some of the broken temple stones as foundation blocks. He never carved another image. His hands, which had shaped 100 snarling faces, lay still. He planted maize and quinoa.
He taught his grandchildren how to quarry granite, though they would never use the skill. The world had moved on. When he died around 500 BCE, they buried him with his basalt chisel and a single tenon head, one of his early works, salvaged from the rubble, placed over his chest like a second face. And then Chavin, as a living force, was gone. Except it wasn't gone, because the ideas that Chavin had birthed, the staff god, the concept of a synthesis of jaguar and human, the use of hallucinogens to enter a shamanic trance, the architectural vocabulary of sunken plazas and platform mounds, those ideas spread. They traveled south along the highland trade routes to the Lake Titicaca basin, where the Tiwanaku civilization would later build its own monumental temples with sunken courts and intricately carved tenon heads.
They traveled north to the Moche valleys of the coast, where elaborate workshops would produce gold, silver, and ceramic effigies of fanged deities that were direct descendants of the Chavin prototype. They traveled east into the Amazon, where the tradition of San Pedro shamanism continues to this day, with curanderos using the cactus to diagnose illness and communicate